Chapter 13:16. This was the second time Lin Tian had entered this world. Looking around, the space around him was dark. He was in a place similar to a wasteland. There were red stones everywhere on the ground, and the netherworld chi was very dense. It was like a blue mist that floated in every inch of this place, giving people a cold and eerie feeling. The netherworld race's celestial master level figure personally opened a space tunnel here that leads to the other side. He scanned the surroundings with a faint glimmer in his eyes. This place was very barren, or rather, very remote. He couldn't feel the slightest breath of life, not even a blade of grass. He looked back at the space tunnel behind him, then tilted his head and looked toward the northwest. In that direction, the netherworld race's netherworld temple was located. He had found it in the spiritual sea of an emperor-level expert of the netherworld race. There was a group of true experts of the netherworld race inside, and the weakest was in existence infinitely close to the celestial master level. Moreover, there was a figure like the netherworld great ancestor who had reached the end of the celestial master level. It was very terrifying. Back then, when he attracted the emperor tribulation in this world, he only brought it to the first territory of the netherworld. He didn't dare to go to the netherworld temple because it was too terrifying. Now he was about to undergo the celestial master tribulation, which was much more terrifying than the emperor tribulation. This time he wanted to go to the netherworld temple and undergo his celestial master thunder punishment there. It's not too far from this place, he whispered. His body was covered in a faint golden light. He stepped into the void, leaving behind afterimages with each step heading toward the northwest. With his current realm, a simple step was very fast. It didn't take long for him to leave the wasteland and enter the area where the netherworld race cultivators lived. He saw many figures of the netherworld race cultivators. At the same time, the group of netherworld race cultivators also saw his figure. This was because he did not conceal himself in the slightest. Faint golden light intertwined around his body as he calmly walked towards the northwest in the void. He was simply too conspicuous. Human! How can a human appear in the world of my race? Capture him! This was the 7th territory of the netherworld race. At this moment, Lin Tian was in the air above the 7th territory. He didn't bother to conceal himself at all. He directly passed through the air above the 7th territory and headed towards the netherworld sacred temple in the northwest direction. This caused most of the netherworld race cultivators in this territory to discover him. Some netherworld race cultivators at the enlightenment realm directly rushed towards Lin Tian to suppress him. In the blink of an eye, this person was right in front of Lin Tian. His large hands intertwined with the cold, killing light of the netherworld as he grabbed at Lin Tian. His expression was cold and arrogant. Meow, pooh! As soon as the word meow left his mouth, the netherworld race cultivator shuddered violently. In the next moment, he exploded with a pop. Lin Tian didn't do anything. His expression was very calm as he continued to head towards the nether temple in the northwest direction. With his current height, he could easily kill a first-stage heavenly master. A mere enlightenment realm cultivator approaching him like this and attacking him with killing intent was simply courting death. In the face of such a cultivator attacking him, he didn't need to do anything. Just the rebound of the naturally intertwined aura outside his body was enough to obliterate the other party. What happened just now? I didn't see that human make a move. Many netherworld race cultivators' expressions changed. These people had been looking at the void, watching the enlightenment realm cultivator grab at Lin Tian. Throughout the entire process, no one saw Lin Tian make a move, but the enlightenment realm cultivator died inexplicably. Many people were surprised and bewildered. Suddenly, among them, someone's expression changed. Looking at Lin Tian in the void, his pupils could not help but constrict. This person seems to be the human who caused a ruckus in the first territory of the netherworld. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Lin Tian. What? 2 years ago, when our clan's experts slaughtered their way into the other world, our clan's ancestors personally ordered us to suppress him. It's that reincarnation body. At this place, the other netherworld race, cultivators' expressions changed. A few years ago, Lin Tian entered the first territory of the netherworld with the Emperor, Heavenly Tribulation, causing the entire territory to be in ruins. This news had long spread throughout the netherworld race, and all the netherworld race cultivators knew that he was rumored to be the strongest reincarnation body. Moreover, before the netherworld race's 11 heavenly masters led a group of netherworld race experts into the other world, they had issued the highest order to suppress Lin Tian. This matter was not only known to the netherworld race cultivators who had slaughtered their way into the other world, but also to the netherworld race cultivators who had not slaughtered their way into the other world. Now, these people recognized Lin Tian and were all shocked. Is it really that human? The Emperor reincarnation body. Quickly report this to the Lord. This is the human that our ancestors had issued the highest order to suppress. After recognizing Lin Tian, these netherworld race cultivators all showed fear, and no one dared to go out alone. Someone quickly rushed to the center of the 7th territory to report this matter to the Lord of this territory. Lin Tian stepped into the sky above the 7th territory. Naturally, he was aware of what was happening, but his expression did not change. The direction in which he was moving did not change. He was still heading northwest. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, there was a sound of air being torn apart. Dozens of figures rushed out from the center of the 7th territory and came to Lin Tian. Among them, the leader was an Emperor realm expert, and behind him were 12 quasi-emperors and dozens of half-step emperors. Human, it really is you. The leader of the 7th territory of the netherworld race was at the 4th heaven of the Emperor realm. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian. Netherworld light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Form the soul slaying 10,000 kill formation and suppress him." The 7th territory leader of the netherworld race was very strong, but from the rumors, he knew that Lin Tian was not weak. Therefore, the ancestors of his race personally ordered him to be captured alive. At this moment, he appeared here with dozens of half-step emperors and above. He directly gathered everyone's strength to form the soul-slaying 10,000 kill formation to suppress Lin Tian here. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound. Dozens of people acted at the same time. With the 7th territory leader at the same position, they formed lines of netherworld runes. In the blink of an eye, a netherworld great formation was formed. Its powerful aura seemed to be able to suppress everything. Suppress! The leader of the 7th territory leader shouted. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he drove the great formation to suppress Lin Tian. In an instant, all the space around Lin Tian was sealed. A powerful force pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped and looked at the lord of the 7th territory who was pressing down on him. There was no change in his expression. Only his fingers moved slightly. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sword whistle. A large amount of sword light shot out with him as the center. PFFF! 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 Blood. Mist exploded. The 12 quasi-emperors and dozens of half-step emperors were all turned into blood mist in an instant. The leader of the 7th territory leader's body exploded. His divine soul was full of cracks. He barely survived. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his eyes were immediately filled with fear. You. At this moment, when he looked at Lin Tian again, the divine soul of the 4th heaven of the netherworld 7th territory leader trembled in fear. He combined the 12 quasi-emperors and dozens of half-step emperors to form the soul-slaying 10,000 kill formation and used all his strength. However, he did not expect that it would be so easily defeated by Lin Tian. The dozen quasi-emperors and dozens of half-step emperors who formed the formation with him were all killed in an instant. He was also severely injured and was only half a step away from death. At the same time, the expressions of the other Netherworld race experts changed. Many of them could not help but tremble. How is this possible? Lord and the others formed the great killing formation, but in an instant the Netherworld race cultivators were horrified. In the void, Lin Tian's body was surrounded by a faint golden light. His expression did not change at all. He raised his head and looked at the broken divine soul of the 7th territory leader. He raised his hand and pointed at him. PFFF! A beam of light flew out and entered the person's spirit, causing his spirit to explode with a sizzling sound. The crowd of Netherworld race cultivators shuddered once more. Lord, he's dead. How is this possible? Many Netherworld race cultivators were trembling with fear. Their eyes were filled with deep fear as they could not help but retreat. In their territory, a 4th Sky Emperor was actually killed so easily. Lin Tian stood in the void with a calm expression. At this moment, he stepped forward again and headed northwest. At the same time, the golden light outside his body became denser. The next moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Dense golden sword rays appeared like a rain of swords and slashed toward the 7th territory of the Netherworld race. These sword rays were casually released by him, but they were extremely terrifying. Each sword ray could kill an ordinary emperor. Then, in the blink of an eye, these sword rays fell into the 7th territory. Immediately, blood mist exploded one after another. Screams rang out one after another. The ancient buildings in the 7th territory of the Netherworld race collapsed one after another. Ah, help! No. Many Netherworld race cultivators screamed and cried for help. They fled in panic like stray dogs in the 7th territory. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He walked in the void. Sword rays were everywhere he passed. Soon, he walked out of the 7th territory of the Netherworld race and continued to head northwest. Behind him, the entire 7th territory of the Netherworld race was in ruins. Blood dyed the ground red. Many Netherworld race cultivators died tragically in this territory. Their corpses were everywhere. He stepped into the sky and headed towards the Netherworld Sacred Hall in the northwest. Not long after, he passed by a few other territories of the Netherworld race. Every time he passed by a territory of the Netherworld race, he would be quickly recognized. The elites of this race would rush out and try to suppress him. But in the end, all of them died miserably and the territories were destroyed beyond recognition. Chapter 1317. The man who had wreaked havoc in the sealed dust ancient region had come again. He had passed through several large territories of the Netherworld race, and countless Netherworld race experts had died tragically. No one could stop him, and several large Netherworld territories had been destroyed beyond recognition. This news quickly spread throughout the sealed dust ancient region, shocking the entire Netherworld race. Every Netherworld race cultivator was shaken. Is it really the human from back then? That reincarnation body, he's here again. No one in the large territories of our race can stop him. The lords were all beheaded. How is this possible? Many Netherworld race cultivators were shocked. It was also at this time that Lin Tian had passed through several large Netherworld territories. No one could stop him, and he arrived in front of an incomparably grand hall. Looking at it, the hall appeared somewhat gloomy. It was intertwined with the aura of time, as if it had fallen out of the long river of time. It gave off an astonishingly heavy feeling. The Netherworld Sacred Hall. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly. He had passed through several large territories of the Netherworld race, all the way to the northwest. At this time he had finally arrived outside the Netherworld Sacred Hall. This could be said to be the core, sacred ground of the Netherworld race. A group of true experts of the Netherworld race resided here, and the weakest was infinitely close to the heavenly Venerate realm. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Almost at the instant he arrived, dozens of figures rushed out of the Netherworld sacred hall. Each of them had an astonishing aura intertwined around their bodies. They had obviously sensed the aura of a foreign race approaching this place. The dozens of people were very powerful. They were all Netherworld race ancestral kings, infinitely close to the heavenly Venerate realm. After rushing out of the Netherworld sacred hall, they instantly saw Lin Tian's appearance. Their expressions changed. Obviously, they all knew Lin Tian and recognized Lin Tian. Human, reincarnation body, you're quite bold. How dare you barge into this place alone? You're courting death. Looking at Lin Tian, the dozens of people's eyes were incomparably cold. Suppress him, another person said. Moreover, this person was not just talking. The moment his words fell, he immediately moved, raising his hand to suppress Lin Tian. To the Netherworld race, Lin Tian was undoubtedly an enemy. Moreover, he was a great enemy. On the other hand, as a reincarnated being, Lin Tian was an even more astonishing prey to them. He was a divine treasure trove. The Empyrean-level ancestors of their bloodline had once issued the highest order to capture Lin Tian alive. Now that he saw Lin Tian, this powerful ancestor king of the Netherworld race naturally did not hesitate and directly attacked. Let's attack together and take him down as quickly as possible, another Netherworld ancestor king said. The group of Netherworld ancestral kings attacked at the same time, their Netherworld divine light suppressing the surroundings. Lin Tian looked at the dozen or so people rushing towards him. His expression was very calm. He stood quietly in place and flicked his fingers. With a clang, the sound of a sword whistling rang out and a golden ray of light shot out, crushing everything in its path. With a series of bangs, the dozen or so Netherworld race ancestral kings were sent flying. The Netherworld race ancestral king who was at the front of the group suffered a great calamity. The golden ray of light pierced through the space between his eyebrows, causing his body and soul to explode. How is this possible? The faces of the dozen or so Netherworld ancestor kings who were sent flying changed drastically. They looked at Lin Tian again, their pupils constricting. The dozen or so of them were all existences who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. The dozen or so people attacked together, but they were all sent flying by Lin Tian's finger. The one who rushed at the front was even destroyed in body and soul on the spot, disappearing from the world. This was really too shocking. In just a moment, the dozen or so powerful Netherworld ancestor kings could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian looked at the dozen or so people and flicked his fingers again. Another flash of golden light rushed out and rushed toward a black-armored Netherworld ancestor king. Clang! The golden light was like a divine sword. It let out an ear-piercing sword whistle and was extremely fast. The black-armored Netherworld ancestor king's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly put up a thick Netherworld defensive light screen and directly activated a tyrannical Great Path order to meet the golden light head-on. However, the golden light that Lin Tian flicked out was too terrifying. It instantly tore apart the Nether God art that this person used, pierced through the Nether God art, and directly pierced through the Nether God art that this person had erected. Then, it directly pierced through this person's forehead. Poof! Blood splattered. The Netherworld ancestor king's divine soul collapsed, and his body also exploded. In just a moment, his body and soul were destroyed. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the other Netherworld ancestor kings to tremble in fear. Another casual flick of the finger had killed a Netherworld ancestor who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. The cold gazes of the dozen or so Netherworld ancestor kings at the beginning disappeared. Everyone only felt that their internal organs had become ice cold, and they could not help but stagger back. Lin Tian looked at the dozen or so people. His expression remained calm, and there was no trace of change. He raised his hand and pointed at another person. Now his cultivation was higher than these people, and he had the strongest reincarnation body. Killing these people who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm was just too easy. It was like cutting grass. Clang! A golden light flew out from the tip of his finger. It was extremely fast and pierced through another Netherworld Ancestor King, killing him on the spot. Instantly, all of the other Netherworld Ancestral Kings began to tremble. Killing a person infinitely close to the Empyrean realm with a flick of the finger. Such combat strength terrified them. It was not something they could block. Lin Tian raised his hand. Golden light intertwined at the tip of his finger. He pointed at another Netherworld Ancestor King, and the golden divine light was like a sword. Humph! There was a cold snort. 5 chilling auras suddenly emerged from the Netherworld Sacred Hall, and 5 figures walked out from it. These 5 people were all shrouded in Netherworld divine rings. Their auras were extremely shocking, and they were all at the Empyrean realm. At the same time, there were a dozen other figures behind them. All of them were Netherworld Ancestor Kings, infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. Patriarchs! The Netherworld Ancestor Kings, who were still alive when they rushed out of the Netherworld Sacred Hall, were overjoyed. They looked at the 5 figures at the front and bowed. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the 5 figures. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had seen these 5 people 2 years ago. They were the Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch, 3rd Patriarch, 14th Patriarch, 15th Patriarch, and 16th Patriarch. Among them, the Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch was a 9th stage Empyrean realm. The 3rd Patriarch was a 7th stage Empyrean realm, and the other 3 were 2nd stage Empyrean realms. All of them were very powerful. Jump directly here, human. You're very good. The Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. 2 years ago, the Netherworld clan's 11 Empyrean realm experts led a group of people to kill their way into the other side of the world. All 11 Empyreans had fallen, and the 5 of them had been sealed by Lin Tian with a piece of bloodstone, preventing them from entering the other side. It was obvious that after that, the Netherworld clan's people who had killed their way into the other side of the world were all defeated. All of this was because of Lin Tian. After 2 years, when he saw Lin Tian again and saw that Lin Tian had broken into this place, how could he be happy? He was like a silent, destructive beast, and the killing intent in his eyes was very frightening. However, at the same time, there were other lights intertwining in his eyes. Lin Tian was a reincarnation physique, which contained the world's #1 divine treasure, reincarnation origin. For all the cultivators in the world, reincarnation origin was an absolute temptation. As long as they could obtain reincarnation origin and refine it, they would definitely obtain great benefits. He wanted reincarnation origin. Lin Tian looked at the Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch. The Great Patriarch was looking at him as if he was looking at prey. What a disgusting look. He said, 2 years ago, when he faced this Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch, even though he could feel the other party's aura through the dragon burial array diagram that he had set up in the space tunnel, he could not help but tremble and feel the pressure of death. However, it was different now. After 2 years, when he faced the Netherworld clan's most powerful Great Patriarch again, he did not feel as threatened as before. The Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes became even colder. The Netherworld 16 Great Patriarch said, "You have broken into this place alone. It seems that you are prepared to die." "I am indeed prepared to die," Lin Tiandao said. "But I am prepared to let you die." His voice was calm, and his expression was even calmer. The Netherworld 16 Great Patriarchs' eyes immediately turned cold, and a cold light flashed in them. "You have a sharp tongue." The great patriarch's voice was cold, and he immediately moved. His body turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Lin Tian in an instant. I will not kill you before I perfectly extract the origin of reincarnation, but I will not let you have an easy time either. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately moved and slapped Lin Tian's cheek. Obviously, he wanted to humiliate Lin Tianyi first. This slap brought about gusts of netherworld wind, and the surrounding space was shattered. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian did not care at all, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He only moved when the great patriarch's hand was close to him. He reached out his left hand and grabbed the wrist of the great patriarch's hand that was slapping towards him. He also raised his right hand and slapped out at lightning speed. Slap. The sound of a slap rang out. Lin Tian's slap landed firmly on the netherworld 16 great patriarch's cheek and directly sent him flying thousands of feet away. A little bit of celestial venerate blood spilled in the void, and a few blood-stained teeth fell out. Instantly, the expressions of the first netherworld ancestral kings to charge out, as well as those who came out after them, flickered. How is this possible? These netherworld ancestral kings were all horrified. Their clan's netherworld 16 ancestors were at the second level of the celestial realm. But now, when they took the initiative to attack, they were actually blocked by someone. Then, with a slap, they were sent flying. Teeth mixed with blood floated in the air. At the same time, the netherworld clan's 3 great patriarchs, 14 great patriarchs, and 15 great patriarchs were all shocked. Even the great patriarch of the netherworld clan narrowed his eyes, obviously shocked by this scene. Boom! In the distance, the tyrannical netherworld light surged out. The netherworld 16 great patriarch rushed back, his eyes full of anger. Human! After rushing back from thousands of feet away, the netherworld clan's 16 great patriarch stared at Lin Tian with a slightly distorted face. He, a dignified celestial venerate expert, was actually slapped in the face in public. Chapter 1318. The netherworld 16th ancestor rushed back from afar. The flames in his eyes almost materialized, and his killing intent was extremely strong. I was careless. How could an ant like you? Staring at Lin Tian, the netherworld 16th ancestor's eyes were as sharp as knives, and he did not continue speaking. After all, after being slapped in the face, he could not personally say that he was slapped in the face. However, Lin Tian did not have any scruples. He continued the man's words. You were slapped in the face. His words were obviously intentional. Immediately, the netherworld 16th ancestor's eyes became even colder and filled with killing intent. And the netherworld 16th ancestor gritted his teeth, and in the next moment he moved again. The overflowing netherworld light was vast and mighty. This time he displayed his divine power. His celestial master-level aura surged like a vast ocean, pressing towards Lin Tian step by step. Every step he took caused the sky to tremble violently as if it was about to collapse. I'll tear your mouth. Lin Tian looked at this man, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He took a step forward and disappeared in an instant, appearing in front of this man in the next moment. His speed was so fast that the netherworld 16th ancestor was immediately shocked. You, slap. The sound of a slap was loud and clear. Lin Tian's move was fast, and another slap fell on this man's cheek at lightning speed. The netherworld 16th ancestor was sent flying again. This time he flew nearly 10,000 feet away, and blood once again splattered in the void. This old ancestor, how could this be? At this place, the group of netherworld 16th ancestor kings trembled again. Their clan's powerful ancestor, a second-stage celestial master, was slapped by the same person twice in succession. The 3 netherworld 16th ancestor, the netherworld 16th ancestor, and the netherworld 16th ancestor all narrowed their eyes. The The netherworld great ancestor was no exception. His eyes that stared at Lin Tian became much deeper. Previously, if the netherworld's 16th ancestor was sent flying the first time because of carelessness, then this time he was sent flying again. Obviously, it had nothing to do with carelessness. It was because Lin Tian was very strong. Boom! An intimidating aura swept out. The netherworld 16 rushed back from the distance again, the killing intent in their eyes even thicker, extremely shocking. A dignified Empyrean level powerhouse that had lived for countless years had actually been slapped twice by the same person. Moreover, he had slapped him twice in front of everyone. This was simply the greatest humiliation of all. Human! Staring at Lin Tian, this netherworld race Empyrean old ancestor clenched his fists and once again charged towards Lin Tian. Beams of killing light intertwined, each of which was shocking enough to kill an ordinary first-stage Empyrean powerhouse. "Enough, don't waste time," said the netherworld grand ancestor coldly. His eyes were deep as he stepped forward, heading toward Lin Tian. The netherworld 16 ancestors clenched his teeth, glanced coldly at Lin Tian, and stopped. At this time, the netherworld grand ancestor moved. Obviously, he wanted to personally suppress Lin Tian. At the same time, in this place, the other netherworld race ancestral kings saw the scene, and their eyes lit up. If the grand ancestor personally takes action, this human will be suppressed in an instant. Of course, the grand ancestor has already reached the end of the Empyrean level. He is already invincible in the world, said several netherworld race ancestral kings. They looked at Lin Tian and smiled as if they were looking at a corpse. The netherworld grand ancestor's eyes were incomparably deep, as if he had seen everything in the world. Just a simple step in the void caused the space to tremble and distort, and the aura that naturally intertwined outside his body was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian narrowed her eyes. Naturally, she could sense the power of the netherworld grand ancestor. The netherworld grand ancestor stared at Lin Tian, his eyes cold. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared and directly appeared in front of Lin Tian. Then, the netherworld grand palm directly pressed down on Lin Tian, freezing all the space in all directions. This speed was very fast, and this attack was very terrifying. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change because he was already prepared. He knew very well that he was facing a terrifying figure at the end of the Empyrean level. Boom! He did not make any fancy moves. Dragon light intertwined in his eyes, and he directly waved the Chaos Emperor fist to meet the attack. He did not hold back in this punch. It was strong and tough, and it collided with the netherworld grand ancestor's big hand head-on. Suddenly, the void trembled and collapsed inch by inch. The netherworld grand ancestor's body shook slightly, and the big hand was blasted away. On the other side, Lin Tian's body shook violently. He only felt that his fist was a little numb, and the blood and qi in his body were tumbling. Those who have reached the end of the Empyrean level are indeed powerful. He looked at the netherworld grand ancestor and said, he could see that just now the netherworld grand ancestor had not even used 30% of his strength, and he had already used all his strength. Under such circumstances, he was still no match for him. Although he was not injured, he was definitely at a disadvantage. The netherworld grand ancestor looked at Lin Tian, and there was a strange light in his eyes, but his expression was still cold. "You can take my palm. Not bad. You are indeed worthy of the legendary strongest physique." When he said the word strongest physique, he looked at Lin Tian, and there was clearly a bright light surging in the depths of his eyes. Then, in the next moment, an unparalleled momentum suddenly rushed out of his body. The pressure of the end of the Empyrean level was unmistakable. "This is the end. I will not give you any chance." With a rumble, the world shook. As the power of the end of the Empyrean level was revealed, the space within 1,000 feet was completely sealed off in an instant. The huge fluctuation of divine power made people tremble. At this time, the 3,000 great paths were trembling. Lin Tian naturally felt the terrifying aura at the first moment. In the face of the pressure emitted by the Netherworld Grand Ancestor at this time, he only felt waves of pain in his body, as if there was an ancient demon mountain pressing down on his head. Not bad. Very powerful, very powerful. He looked at the Netherworld Grand Ancestor and said, but there was no fear in his expression. He was calm and composed. Then I can no longer hide my strength. As he spoke, he moved his mind slightly and no longer suppressed his realm. Then, with a loud boom, a dazzling golden divine light rushed out from his body. His aura instantly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to an astonishing height and stepped into a completely new domain. This is the Empyrean level. The 3 ancestors of the Netherworld, 14 ancestors of the Netherworld, 15 ancestors of the Netherworld, and 16 ancestors of the Netherworld were all shocked. At the same time, in this place, the other Netherworld ancestral kings, who were infinitely close to the Empyrean level, turned pale on the spot. He actually stepped into the Empyrean level. No wonder. No wonder a dozen of us together couldn't do anything to him. He easily killed 3 of us. He actually hid his cultivation. The first to rush out were the dozen Netherworld ancestral kings who had attacked Lin Tian previously. They trembled slightly, their expressions ugly. At the same time, the 16 ancestors of the Netherworld also looked ugly. They stared at Lin Tian, the coldness in their eyes thickening. Damn you! Previously, they looked down on Lin Tian and called Lin Tian an ant. They did not expect that Lin Tian had also stepped into the Empyrean level. Divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body, and the Empyrean level aura was vast and mighty at this moment. This chapter does not end. Please turn the page. The void distorted inch by inch. Very powerful. A strange light flashed across the Netherworld Grand Ancestor's eyes. You've stepped into the Empyrean level. No wonder you could barely take my palm. As he said this, his expression was still cold. However, it doesn't matter. You're just a first-stage Empyrean. After all, it's nothing. Even if you have the strongest imperial physique, the huge gap in cultivation still leaves you with no room to turn the tables. Today, you've reached the end of being suppressed. As he spoke, the aura around his body became even more terrifying. It froze the surrounding space, and waves of murderous light surged out. Is that so? Lin Tianlong smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky trembled violently. Boom! A shocking clap of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens and the Netherworld. In just an instant, the world turned pitch black. An extremely oppressive aura of destruction covered the sky and covered the earth, causing everyone in the area to tremble. Looking up, thick clouds instantly covered the sky, and a huge thundercloud vortex appeared. Within it, lightning as thick as buckets interweaved, roaring like an angry dragon that wanted to destroy the world, as if it wanted to destroy everything in this world. This is a heavenly tribulation. The Netherworld ancestral kings were shocked. At the same time, the Netherworld 3rd ancestor, 14th ancestor, 15th ancestor, and 16th ancestor were also shocked. Even the Netherworld Grand Ancestor, who was at the peak of the Empyrean realm, could not help but tremble. Boom! The thunder resounded through the 9 heavens, and the space within a radius of 10,000 miles turned pitch black. It was extremely terrifying. Dense lightning intertwined within the thundercloud vortex in the sky. Each bolt was terrifying and incomparably terrifying. Why did he attract a heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the Empyrean realm? Doesn't the heavenly tribulation only exist when one breaks through to the immortal connecting realm? Some Netherworld ancestral kings trembled in confusion. There's no other reason. It's because he's a reincarnated body. Didn't he attract a heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the Emperor realm in the first territory of the Netherworld? Damn it, he deliberately brought Empyrean, heavenly tribulation here. He brought a natural disaster here. The netherworld ancestral kings trembled. At this time, the lightning in the sky was too terrifying. The huge thundercloud vortex in the sky was like a black hole that could devour everything. Just a simple look at it made them feel like their divine souls were about to shatter. Not only them, but even the netherworld grand ancestor felt a chill run down his spine. His internal organs could not help but tremble. Go, leave the area covered by his heavenly tribulation thundercloud. That person ordered in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he was the first to retreat because he could clearly sense how terrifying the lightning in the sky was. Even though he was at the end of the sky exalt level, he still felt a great sense of threat when he stood there. Want to leave? It's too late. Lin Tianling laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning immediately came crashing down. In an instant, tens of thousands of feet of lightning flooded the space within 10,000 miles, covering this part of the world. The tribulation lightning was like rain. As far as the eye could see, this could no longer be considered a single heavenly tribulation. It was completely a vast sea of lightning. Crack, crack, crack. The void collapsed and the earth shattered. Under this sea of lightning, the huge netherworld sacred hall was split into pieces in an instant, turning into debris. Let's enjoy this heavenly tribulation feast together. Lin Tianling laughed. Chapter 1319. The pitch-black thunderclouds stretched across the sky. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning descended from the sky with the power to destroy all things. It was extremely oppressive. It was unknown how vast the area was covered by the thunderclouds. Every corner was filled with blood-colored lightning. It was horrifying. At this moment, Lin Tian no longer suppressed his cultivation realm and rushed into the heavenly venerable realm, directly attracting the heavenly venerable lightning punishment. Boom! Thunder roared through the 9 heavens, and lightning rained down from all directions, shattering everything. Ah! Screams rang out in an instant. Some powerful netherworld race ancestor kings were struck by the tribulation lightning. Their flesh and soul were destroyed at the same time, and their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. They could not withstand the heavenly venerable lightning punishment that originated from the reincarnation body. Damn it! You actually came here to undergo the heavenly venerable tribulation. Some netherworld race ancestor kings roared. Even the netherworld great ancestor, netherworld 3 ancestors, and the other heavenly venerable realm experts had ugly expressions. A few years ago, Lin Tian brought the Emperor's heavenly tribulation into the first territory of netherworld in their sealed dust ancient region. He destroyed the first territory of netherworld and killed countless netherworld race experts. Now, after a few years, Lin Tian came again, bringing the heavenly venerable realm lightning punishment to their netherworld sacred hall. This made them furious, and this action was simply too despicable. Can ordinary people see the heavenly venerable realm tribulation? I came from afar to invite you to see the heavenly venerable realm lightning punishment at a close distance. You should thank me. Lin Tian Ondao. You. The netherworld race ancestor king's face turned ashen. He was frightened and angry, and he wanted to swallow Lin Tian alive. Lin Tian looked at this person and raised his hand. Suddenly, blood-red lightning rained down on this person. This was not because he could control the tribulation lightning, but because he was the one undergoing the tribulation. He could rely on his aura to guide the ordinary tribulation lightning to a certain extent. Boom! Numerous bolts of tribulation lightning struck the powerful Nether Ancestor King. Although this was the most ordinary tribulation lightning, it was still terrifying. After all, this was the most powerful heavenly venerable level lightning tribulation of the Reincarnation King physique. The psionic underworld ancestral king was shocked. He summoned all of his divine power to resist, but it was useless. He couldn't stop it at all. 09 Smalp say net no. Following a cry of despair, this person was struck by the concentrated blood-red lightning, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Boom! Lightning surged, continuously hacking down, covering 10,000 li. This was the area where the Netherworld race's divine temple was located. Originally, the Void and Earth were extremely sturdy. However, at this time, under Lin Tian's Empyrean-level lightning punishment, they became extremely fragile. Inch by inch, the Void and Earth were shattered. Ah! Miserable cries rang out once more. Under this type of lightning punishment, other Netherworld ancestral kings that were infinitely close to the Empyrean level suffered. At this time, the lightning that struck down was the most ordinary lightning punishment. However, to those below the Heavenly Venerate realm, it was undoubtedly devastating. No. Another scream of terror and despair rang out as a new Netherworld ancestral king met with calamity. His body was crushed under the lightning. Damn it! The Netherworld 16 ancestors stared at Lin Tian, their faces full of shock and anger. In just a short while, 4 of their Netherworld ancestral kings that were infinitely close to the Empyrean level had died tragically. This loss was too great. One should know that these people, given time, had the possibility of entering the Empyrean level. Now, in just a short while, their clan had directly lost 4 seed Empyreans. Beast! Staring at Lin Tian, this person's eyes were full of murderous intent. At the same time, he was also doing his best to avoid the dense lightning. Even though he was a level 2 heavenly venerable, under the lightning punishment of the Reincarnation King physique, he could still suffer at any time. Those lightning bolts were too terrifying. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the blood-red lightning continued to strike. In the next moment, it became even more terrifying, and there were more lightning rays in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the world became even darker. The area covered by the thunderclouds increased, covering an area of 20,000 miles. The dark thundercloud vortex above was like a black hole that was about to devour everything. Lin Tian was surrounded by lightning rays, like the god of thunder, standing in the sea of lightning. There was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky, and a Baodan appeared in his hand. It was called the Fire Kirin Elixir, and it could temporarily increase his combat strength by 5 times. He directly swallowed it. Boom! In an instant, the aura on his body skyrocketed, and the heavenly venerable level pressure became several times stronger than before. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. At this time, he tilted his head and looked at the Netherworld 16 ancestors. Meeting his gaze, the Netherworld 16 ancestors suddenly trembled, as if he was being stared at by the god of death. He could not help but take a step back. "What are you doing?" Lin Tianling smiled. With a shake of his feet, he passed through the sea of lightning as if he had teleported and appeared in front of the Netherworld 16 ancestors. Now that he had truly broken through to the heavenly venerable level, his speed and combat strength were no longer comparable to before. The Netherworld 16 ancestors trembled and stepped back again. "You, goodbye." Lin Tiandao pressed down with his palm. He intertwined the god transformation talisman in his palm. At the same time as he approached, the surrounding blood-red lightning pressed down together. The Netherworld 16 ancestors roared and supported the dense divine light. He cast a tyrannical magical power to meet Lin Tiandao's right hand, and at the same time resisted the blood-red lightning that struck down from all directions. However, they could not stop it at all. No, there was a scream, and the powerful Netherworld 16 ancestors exploded on the spot. The moment his divine soul escaped, it was enveloped by the god transformation talisman and crushed on the spot. Ancestor 16. At this place, the group of Netherworld 16 ancestors and the Netherworld 16 ancestors were all shocked. The netherworld's 16 ancestors, a true heavenly venerable, was actually killed by Lin Tiandao in an instant. Human! The netherworld 3 ancestors roared. Their heavenly venerable divine power surged, and their eyes were filled with rage. The netherworld great ancestor smashed the bolts of lightning and blood-red lightning. There was a cold, murderous light in his eyes, and he was furious. The powerful netherworld 16 ancestors, a true heavenly venerable of the netherworld clan, was killed by Lin Tiandao just like that. Lin Tiandao was surrounded by lightning. He stepped into the sea of lightning and glanced at the netherworld great ancestor and the netherworld 3 ancestors with a cold smile on his face. Didn't I say more than 2 years ago that when I stepped into the heavenly venerable level, I would personally come to the netherworld temple to visit all of you? He looked at the netherworld great ancestor and the others and said, "Now I have come as promised to send all of you to hell." As his words fell, there was a boom. Thunder exploded in the sky, and it became even more terrifying than before. In just a moment, more lightning struck down and destroyed the thunderclouds, covering a radius of more than 30,000 miles. Boom! Ear-piercing thunder roared, and an oppressive and destructive aura spread out in all directions. For a time, the entire sealed dust ancient region was trembling with fear. All the netherworld clan cultivators were terrified. This aura, this, what happened? What is going on? Countless netherworld clan cultivators were terrified. The sealed dust ancient region was vast and boundless, but at this moment all the creatures in this world could feel an extremely oppressive aura, especially the few territories closest to the Nether Saint Hall. All of them were endlessly terrified. Boom! Thunderclaps continued to roll like raging waves. Every thunderclap would cause a large area of space to collapse. Above the netherworld temple, Lin Tiandao's body was intertwined with lightning. He swept a glance at the netherworld clan cultivators in this place like a thunder god. "Today, none of you will survive," he said. As his words fell, he waved his hand across the air and used his origin aura to guide the lightning in this space. He guided it to strike the netherworld clan's ancestral kings under the sea of lightning. These people here were the true core of the netherworld clan. As long as these people were destroyed, the other world would no longer have to worry about the threat from this clan. Boom! Thunder and lightning buzzed. Guided by his origin aura, the dense tribulation lightning that fell from the sky seemed to have a mind of its own as it rapidly struck the netherworld clan's ancestral kings. At the same time, this lightning also struck the netherworld great ancestor, the netherworld 3rd ancestor, the 14th ancestor, and the 15th ancestor. Ah! Screams instantly sounded. In the face of the blood-red lightning that Lin Tiandao guided with his origin aura, the ordinary netherworld clan's ancestral kings were as weak as tofu. In the blink of an eye, one of them died tragically. "Great ancestor, save us!" "No, great ancestors, save us!" The group of netherworld ancestral kings screamed out miserably as more and more people exploded. They wanted to escape from the range of the heavenly tribulation, but they couldn't do so. As the heavenly tribulation began, as the aura of the heavenly tribulation grew stronger, a terrifying lightning enchantment appeared around Lin Tian, interweaving within a 1,000-foot radius. Even an ordinary Empyrean level powerhouse couldn't break through it. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen netherworld clans' ancestral kings met with disaster. Under the tribulation lightning that Lin Tiandao deliberately guided, they exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. Bastard! The 15th ancestor of the netherworld roared, his eyes red. Only a moment had passed since Lin Tiandao attracted the heavenly tribulation. In this place, a total of 21 of the 34 netherworld clans' ancestral kings had died. At the same time, a true heavenly venerate had died. Lin Tiandao tilted his head and looked at this person. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, and the mighty lightning that filled the sky directly attacked. The 15th ancestor of the netherworld suddenly trembled. He walked toward Lin Tiandao, his internal organs turning cold. "Get out of my way!" he roared, and at the same time he hurriedly retreated, afraid that Lin Tiandao would come close. This was because Lin Tiandao was the one undergoing the heavenly tribulation. At this time, he was the source of destruction. Wherever Lin Tiandao went, that place would become the center of destruction. Lin Tiandao laughed. He was very fast, and the mighty lightning that filled the sky moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of this person. "I'll send you to accompany your netherworld clan's old 16, he said. With a rumble, he waved his hand, and the lightning that filled the sky came crashing down. At the same time, a god transformation talisman gathered in his palm and slammed toward this person. The 15th ancestor of the netherworld was shocked and angry. He roared and supported all the divine power in his body to resist. Chapter 13:20. Thunder rumbled, and the surrounding space was pitch black. Bolts of lightning fell like rain, smashing everything in their path. Lin Tian intertwined the divine transformation talisman in his right hand and slammed it toward the netherworld 15 ancestors, along with the sky full of lightning. Don't even think about it. The netherworld great ancestor and the other two closed in and surrounded Lin Tian in a triangular formation. While assisting the netherworld 15 ancestors, they unleashed all kinds of killing lights at the same time, pressing down on Lin Tian. These were the attacks of several celestial venerables, especially the netherworld great ancestor, who was at the peak of the celestial venerable realm. The combined killing lights were extremely terrifying and terrifying. Lin Tian slammed his right hand toward the netherworld 15 ancestors and intertwined the divine transformation talisman. He glanced sideways at the netherworld great ancestor and the others and sneered, not caring at all about their killing lights. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering thunder rumbled in the sky. Above him, in the boundless thunderclouds, a huge lightning pillar with a diameter of more than 100 feet emerged. The first round of heavenly thunder of the celestial, venerable thunder punishment struck at this moment. The terrifying aura of destruction instantly enveloped Lin Tian, the netherworld 15 ancestors, the netherworld 14 ancestors, and the netherworld great ancestor. "I knew you three would jump over. Very good." Lin Tian laughed. "Come, let's go through the tribulation together." As the one undergoing this heavenly tribulation, he knew very well when the first round of the heavenly tribulation would strike. He also knew that if he attacked the netherworld 15 ancestors with a killing blow, the netherworld grand ancestor, the 3 ancestors, and the 14 ancestors would come to help them. Therefore, he attacked the netherworld 15 ancestors at the right time and lured the netherworld grand ancestor and the others to him. Then the first round of the heavenly tribulation struck at the right time, enveloping the netherworld 15 ancestors, the netherworld grand ancestor, and the others. "You tricked us." The netherworld great ancestors were furious. How could they not understand the meaning of Lin Tian's words? "You're the ones who tricked us." Lin Tian on Dao. "You, boom." Thunder shook the sky. The first round of heavenly thunder was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The power of destruction enveloped all directions. No. The netherworld 15 and the netherworld 14th forefather were smashed into pieces on the spot. Their divine souls were destroyed as well. At the same time, half of the bodies of the 3 netherworld ancestors exploded. The netherworld great ancestor coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he suffered heavy injuries. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was already prepared. The 4 symbols seal had already been activated, and in the instant that the lightning punishment was about to fall, a total of 5 layers of the 4 symbols Dao diagram protected his body. Combined with his fivefold battle prowess, he withstood the attack. Among the 5 powerhouses, he was the only one who was unscathed. TSK, TSK, how miserable! Lightning surrounded his body as he glanced at the spot where the Netherworld 15th ancestor and the Netherworld 14th ancestor had exploded. His gaze then fell on the Netherworld great ancestor who was coughing out blood and the Netherworld 3rd ancestor who had half of his body shattered. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Human! The 3 Netherworld ancestors roared with bloodshot eyes. This main heavenly lightning destroyed 2 of their clan's Empyrean-level powerhouses in a blink of an eye. Humph! Lin Tianlong smiled. Looking at this person, he took a step forward and directly swung the Chaos Emperor fist, mercilessly bombarding him. At the same time, as he moved, the lightning in the sky moved with him. All kinds of ferocious tribulation, lightning struck down together. Poof! The 3 Netherworld ancestors did not even have time to form a complete body before they were smashed into pieces. Blood filled the sky. Ah! The 3 Netherworld ancestors roared angrily. Their minced flesh wriggled and erupted with a monstrous divine soul light. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were repaired. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian once again approached them with lightning in the sky. He raised his hand and threw out a heavy punch. With a boom, thunder, and lightning intertwined, this punch directly shattered the space. The punch was intimidating. The 3 Netherworld ancestors raised their fists to meet Lin Tian's attack. Their fists were wrapped in shocking Netherworld light and collided directly with Lin Tian's fist. Suddenly there was a crisp crack. The 3 Netherworld ancestors trembled violently. Their finger bones were directly shattered. Then their fists exploded, and their entire arm was torn into pieces. The cracks spread throughout their bodies. In the blink of an eye, cracks had appeared all over their bodies. Blood flowed out continuously like a spider web. Clang! At the same time, the sound of swords rang out. Lin Tian's other hand waved the high heaven sword scripture, and a 10-foot-long sword force slashed down. 09 little say net. This sword was a killing superpower in the high heaven sword scripture. The sword force was oppressive, and in the blink of an eye, it fell in front of the 3 Netherworld ancestors. The 3 Netherworld ancestors' bodies shook violently. They quickly retreated, but they could not because the sword light was too fast. Poof! The sword light fell and cut the 3 Netherworld ancestors into a cloud of blood mist. Boom! Thunder rumbled. In the sky, the second round of heavenly thunder began to brew. The aura of the heavenly tribulation became even more terrifying. In an instant, the tribulation lightning bolts falling from the sky became even denser, and their might became even sharper. Ah! Great ancestor, save us! No! With shrill screams, 3 Netherworld ancestors were struck by the falling lightning, and their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. These lightning bolts were not the main lightning punishment of the heavenly tribulation. They were just ordinary tribulation lightning, but their power was still terrifying. No one below the heavenly venerate level could withstand them. Ah! Another Netherworld ancestor who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level was struck by 8 consecutive lightning bolts and died on the spot. Lin Tian glanced at the sky. His gaze fell on the spot where the 3 Netherworld ancestors had exploded. He took a step forward. Clang! Sword light clanged. Dense, towering heaven's sword force appeared around him and slashed at the 3 Netherworld ancestors. At this time, the 3 Netherworld ancestors had not condensed their bodies. Sensing Lin Tian's sword light, they wrapped their broken flesh with their souls and retreated quickly. At the same time, they quickly repaired their bodies and condensed their bodies. At the same time, the Netherworld great ancestor charged over. Naturally, he could not watch Lin Tian kill the 3 Netherworld ancestors. Get out of the way. Lin Tiandao. He raised his hand and guided a large amount of tribulation lightning with his origin aura. He directly struck the netherworld great ancestor who was charging over. In an instant, hundreds of tribulation lightning bolts fell on the netherworld great ancestor together. The netherworld great ancestor stopped in his tracks and resisted the lightning. These lightning bolts were not weak at all. They were a threat even to those at the end of the heavenly venerate level. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. At this time, Lin Tian closed in on the 3 netherworld ancestors and slashed 9 towering heavens sword force at the same time. The 3 netherworld ancestors had just condensed their bodies at this time. They met the 9 killing swords head-on with their great divine powers. The 2 collided and burst out with monstrous divine light. In the next moment, the great divine powers of the 3 netherworld ancestors collapsed. The 9 towering heavens sword force also trembled. 8 of the swords were destroyed, but one of them survived and slashed at the 3 netherworld ancestors. Puff! Dazzling heavenly venerable level blood splattered everywhere as the sword pierced straight through the 3rd elder's chest, blasting a large, transparent, bloody hole in his chest. Even his heart was shattered, which was a ghastly sight. The 3 netherworld ancestors coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, mixed with pieces of the heart. They staggered back in the sea of lightning. Lin Tianling smiled and stepped forward, closing in on them in an instant. Bam! He waved the Chaos Emperor fist, transforming it into a true dragon and immortal phoenix, enveloping the 3 netherworld ancestors. After a year of seclusion in the immortal Emperor Pagoda to comprehend various divine powers and secret techniques, he had comprehended the Chaos Emperor fist to a higher level. At this moment, the power of the Chaos Emperor fist was on full display. It was as if a part of the starry sky was crashing down, shattering all the tribulation lightning around him. The terrifying power made one's heart tremble. The 3 netherworld ancestors' bodies burst out with astonishing netherworld light. They used one of the great divine powers of the netherworld tribe to meet the attack head-on. In the blink of an eye, the 2 collided again. Swish! 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 Soft sounds were heard. The divine powers of the 3 netherworld ancestors were destroyed one by one. Lin Tianling's Chaos Emperor fist was not weak at all. In the blink of an eye, it broke through everything and landed on the 3 netherworld ancestors' chest. Puff! The 3 netherworld ancestors exploded on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. They used their divine souls to wrap their flesh and bones and retreated in a sorry state. Lin Tianling looked at the 3 netherworld ancestors and took a step forward, raising his fist and punching. The netherworld ancestors' divine souls trembled. They quickly condensed a physical body and used their divine powers to meet the attack. The laws of the Great Path were displayed together. Boom! 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 The 2 clashed violently. In just a moment, they had collided hundreds of times. In the end, with a loud bang, the 3 netherworld ancestors were swept away. More than half of their bodies were shattered, and their divine souls were severely injured. Damn it! I'm already a 7th level Celestial Lord. You've just become a Celestial Lord. How can you hurt me again and again? This is impossible. Impossible. That person could not help but roar. He was a 7th level Celestial Lord, 6 levels higher than Lin Tianling. Yet he could not stop Lin Tianling at all. Lin Tianling's body was surrounded by lightning. He had a mocking look on his face as he stepped forward. Who do you think I am? The strongest Imperial body? Are you just kidding? From the airborne realm to the Celestial Lord level, I struggled to break free from the heavenly tribulations time and time again. Do you think I went through all those heavenly tribulations for nothing? He said. He had the strongest reincarnation Imperial body. His combat strength was far superior to other cultivators of the same level. Since he started cultivating, he had gone through 7 devastating heavenly tribulations in a row, so his combat strength was even stronger. Now, in order to resist the celestial lord's thunder punishment, he had swallowed the fire Kirin pill, which could increase his combat strength by 5 times. His combat strength had skyrocketed. His overall strength was not weaker than that of the Netherworld great ancestors, and was even a little stronger. How could the 3 Netherworld ancestors, who were only 7th level celestial lords, be a match for him? The 3 Netherworld ancestors gritted their teeth. Their eyes were full of viciousness. They quickly distanced themselves from Lin Tianling, while quickly repairing their bodies. Humph! Lin Tianling's eyes were cold. At this time, the 9th level Yin and Yang steps was performed, and at that moment he came in front of that person in an instant. The 3 Netherworld ancestors trembled, shocked by Lin Tianling's terrifying speed. You die. Chapter 1321. After a year of seclusion, Lin Tian had cultivated the divination divine art to a very high level. At this time, he displayed the divination divine elephants to suppress the Netherworld's 3 ancestors. The terrifying destructive power instantly crushed everything in the surroundings. The Netherworld's 3 ancestors trembled. In the face of the suppression of more than 10 divination divine elephants, they immediately felt the threat of death. They roared in horror and supported themselves with all their strength. The great path law and killing divine arts were displayed at the same time, and the light covered all directions. However, compared to Lin Tian's divination divine art, this kind of resistance seemed a little weak and was crushed in the blink of an eye. With a rumble, more than 10 divination divine elephants pressed down at the same time. No, the Netherworld's 3 ancestors were terrified and desperate. They were directly overwhelmed by the divination divine elephants, and their bodies and souls exploded together. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Third brother. In the distance, the Netherworld's great ancestor's body trembled violently when he saw the dense tribulation lightning and collapsed. Human! He roared, and his eyes were red. 2 years ago, his Netherworld clan's 11 heavenly venerables crossed over to the other side, and all of them died in battle. Now, his Netherworld clan's remaining 5 heavenly venerables were killed in the blink of an eye by Lin Tian, and he was the only one left. Don't worry, I'll send you to see them right away. Lin Tian looked at the man and said. Wisps of lightning surrounded his body as he stepped forward and strode toward the Netherworld's great ancestor. As he moved, the lightning and thunder in the sky became mighty and mighty on the spot, chasing after him. The scene was a little frightening. Ah! A scream rang out as he strode toward the Netherworld's great ancestor. Not far from the Netherworld's great ancestor, a Netherworld ancestor who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable level, was affected and was instantly shattered by the tribulation lightning. He died, tragically on the spot. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He used the yin-yang steps and instantly arrived in front of the Netherworld's great ancestor. Boom! As soon as he arrived in front of the Netherworld great ancestor, a thunderous roar erupted in the sky. The second round of heavenly thunder had finished brewing at this moment. A dense thunder palace appeared and pressed down mightily. The Netherworld great ancestor suddenly trembled. Even though he was at the peak of the Empyrean level, he still felt a chill run down his back when he saw this terrifying lightning. He gritted his teeth as he glared at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Tian to shreds, but at this time he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately retreated and quickly put some distance between him and Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian was the one undergoing this heavenly tribulation, the center of destruction of this heavenly tribulation. At this time, if he was near Lin Tian, the second round of heavenly punishment would kill him as well. Why should we retreat? Didn't you say that a first-level Empyrean like me was nothing? Why are you retreating now? Lin Tiandao. His voice was very calm, but there was obvious sarcasm in it as it floated in the ears of the Netherworld Great Ancestor. The Netherworld Great Ancestor's face suddenly became uglier. The murderous intent in his eyes was very strong, but he retreated even faster. Humph! Lin Tianling laughed. He displayed the 9th level of the Yin and Yang steps and instantly caught up with the Netherworld Great Ancestor. At the same time, his right hand shook, and 3 killing array platforms appeared. In the blink of an eye, dense, eternal killing runes were intertwined and sealed the Netherworld Great Ancestor within. Suddenly, a terrifying, murderous intent surged. Dense killing lights appeared at the first moment and slashed toward the Netherworld Great Ancestor. These were the eternal killing array platforms that he had prepared for the Empyrean tribulation. At this time, 3 of them appeared together, and the dense killing lights slashed toward the Netherworld Great Ancestor. The momentum was not weak, and even the powerful Netherworld Great Ancestor dared not be careless. The most important thing was that with the appearance of the 3 eternal killing array platforms, the Netherworld Great Ancestor was directly restrained and could no longer retreat. Let's go through the heavenly tribulation together again. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder roared even more violently. The second round of heavenly thunder fell near at this moment, directly drowning him and the Netherworld Great Ancestor. Suddenly, the aura of destruction was vast and mighty. It was much more powerful than the first round of heavenly punishment. It was incomparable. Crack! 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 Around them, the space collapsed. The second round of heavenly punishment exploded. The light of thunder covered all directions, and even the vision was blocked. It was not until 10 breaths later that the light dissipated, and the surroundings became clear. Human! The Netherworld Great Ancestor was restrained by the 3 eternal killing arrays. At the same time, he was bombarded by the second round of heavenly punishment. His body was badly damaged, and in many places, even the bones could be seen. He had suffered unimaginable damage. 09 Small said, "Net, you are worthy of being a person who has reached the end of the Empyrean realm. You were killed by the heavenly punishment and the killing array at the same time, but your body was not broken." Lin Tian sneered. He was standing a few feet away from the Netherworld Great Ancestor. His body was covered in golden light, and he was intact. Previously, he had used the 3 eternal killing arrays to trap and kill the Netherworld Great Ancestor. At the same time, he had also propped up a strong killing power to protect the Netherworld Great Ancestor. With his own strength, he had perfectly blocked the second round of heavenly punishment. The Netherworld Great Ancestor coughed up blood. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He stared at Lin Tian with a face full of killing intent, like an awakened, ancient, fierce beast. Lin Tian looked at this person and smiled coldly. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly used the Yin and Yang steps to attack. As he moved, the dense, blood-red thunder moved with him. The center of destruction of the heavenly punishment moved with him. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Netherworld Great Ancestor. Without any mercy, it directly attacked with the Chaos Emperor Fist. With a bang, the void was smashed on the spot. The power of the Chaos Emperor Fist at the heavenly venerable level was appalling. At the same time as he attacked with the Chaos Emperor Fist, the tribulation thunder and lightning falling from the sky became more turbulent. They moved with the momentum of his fist and struck toward the Netherworld Great Ancestor. Crack! The void was shattered on the spot. It was penetrated, revealing dense cracks. This was a terrible heavy punch. It was so strong that even a stage 9, heavenly venerable, like the Netherworld Great Ancestor trembled. Nether Seal! This person growled. He did not even have time to heal his injured body. He directly raised his hand and waved a great magic to meet Lin Tian's punch. In the blink of an eye, the two collided and exploded into a sky full of divine rainbow light. Puff! Puff! The two nearby netherworld great ancestors suffered a great disaster. Under the collision of the two, their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. This was a confrontation between heavenly venerables. Those below the heavenly venerable level could not bear it. Seeing this scene, the netherworld great ancestor was shocked and angry. His netherworld clan had lost two more netherworld great ancestors. Damn it! He could not help but roar. Not long ago, this netherworld sacred hall had 5 heavenly venerable powerhouses and more than 30 netherworld great ancestors who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. Now, in just a moment, only 1 heavenly venerable powerhouse and 4 netherworld great ancestors were left. Ah, he roared. Although his cultivation was at stage 9 heavenly venerable and his state of mind was incomparably strong, he could not help but tremble at this moment. For heavenly venerable powerhouses had died, and only 4 of the netherworld great ancestors were left. His netherworld clan's current core combat strength had been lost in a moment. This made him almost crazy with anger. Lin Tianling smiled. The Chaos Emperor fist shook, and the fist momentum was even more powerful. With a bang, the netherworld great ancestor was forced back several feet. Then, in the next moment, he stepped on the 9th level of the yin and yang steps. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the netherworld great ancestor and punched him again. Boom! This punch was still the Chaos Emperor fist. The true dragon and immortal phoenix intertwined together, and the sky full of murderous light was vast and mighty. The netherworld great ancestor could not dodge or resist in time. He was hit by this punch, and half of his body directly exploded. Human! The netherworld great ancestor roared, and the netherworld light surged in the sky. In the blink of an eye, his body was repaired. He attacked again, using an even more terrifying supernatural power, and directly bombarded Lin Tianling. This kind of murderous light was terrifying and intimidating. It was absolutely easy to kill an 8th stage heavenly venerable. Humph! Lin Tianling smiled and did not care. He waved the Chaos Emperor fist, and the true dragon and immortal phoenix appeared again, bombarding the netherworld great ancestor. At the same time, with a single thought, a total of 7 eternal killing array platforms appeared. Swift and fierce eternal killing marks instantly covered every corner within a radius of 1,000 feet, trapping the netherworld great ancestor. The killing light that filled the sky pressed down together with the primal Chaos Emperor fist. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again, and the sky full of divine light and netherworld light roared. Cough! The netherworld great ancestor coughed up blood and flew away. Half of his body was shattered again. On the other side, Lin Tianling took a step back, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. As expected of a 9th stage heavenly venerable, compared to a 7th stage heavenly venerable, you are much stronger. Lin Tianling smiled. As he said this, he looked at the dense thunderclouds in the sky, and his eyes fell on the netherworld great ancestor again. His feet shook, and he used the 9th stage yin-yang steps, turning into a bolt of lightning and attacking again. With a whoosh, he carried the sky full of thunder and appeared in front of the netherworld great ancestor again in an instant. Kill! He shouted coldly and waved the Chaos Emperor fist again. A true dragon that was 1,000 feet long appeared, and its power was terrifying. The netherworld great ancestor stabilized his body, and his eyes were red. He quickly repaired his broken body and cast a great magic to meet the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, and the sky was full of divine light. Cough! The netherworld great ancestor coughed up blood and was at a disadvantage, and he was sent flying again. Lin Tianling smiled and did not stop. He stepped in front of the netherworld great ancestor and directly punched the netherworld great ancestor's jaw. With a bang, the netherworld great ancestor was sent flying into the sky. At this time, the thunderclouds in the sky let out a shocking roar, and the third round of heavenly punishment appeared. The entire sea of thunder and lightning was extremely fast, and it pressed down in an instant. The netherworld great ancestor was sent flying into the sky by Lin Tianling. At this moment, he felt a chill down his spine, and his divine soul trembled. At this moment, he was in the center of the third round of heavenly punishment, and he was the closest to it. This round of terrifying heavenly punishment, which was originally aimed at Lin Tianling, would be the first to hit him. Damn human, you did it on purpose. He was shocked and angry. At this time, he was bombarded into the sky by Lin Tianling with the strength of a heavenly venerable. It was difficult for him to stabilize his body, and it was difficult for him to even cast a defensive technique. I'll send you to the sky to see the heavenly venerable level heavenly punishment up close. You're welcome. Lin Tianling smiled. With a move of his mind, the killing patterns of the 7 eternal killing arrays all lit up, and endless killing light surged out, protecting him layer by layer. At the same time, the third round of heavenly punishment pressed down even faster, and in an instant it submerged the netherworld great ancestor. Ah! The netherworld great ancestor screamed as he was instantly smashed into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Then, this round of heavenly punishment continued to press down, and Lin Tianling was also submerged. Chapter 13:22. The third round of the main lightning punishment fell, drowning everything. Every inch of the space was filled with a destructive aura. Chi! 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 Crisp cracking sounds rang out. The 7 eternal killing arrays that protected Lin Tian were all crushed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He quickly formed a seal and activated the 4-symbol seal. The silver array diagram quickly met the attack. Boom! The third round of the main lightning punishment fell on the 4-symbol seal and then exploded. In just an instant, the ground within a radius of thousands of feet was torn apart, turning into absolute ruins. Smoke and lightning covered the surroundings. It was not until dozens of breaths later that the space became clear again. Lin Tian stood on the broken ground. His clothes were undamaged, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even someone as powerful as him, who was a reincarnated heavenly venerable level body of reincarnation, who had multiplied his battle prowess by 5 times, and who had used the 7 eternal killing array platforms and the 4-symbol seal to resist, was still slightly injured by this round of main lightning punishment. This is only the third round. How many more rounds are there left? How scary is it? He muttered to himself. The sky was dark. He looked up at the dense thunderclouds in the sky. At this time there was a huge pressure. Boom! Not far away, a powerful netherworld divine power rushed up. The figure of the netherworld great ancestor appeared. His face was pale, and the aura exuding from his body was more than 10 times weaker than before. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. As expected of a level 9 heavenly venerable, he took that kind of lightning punishment head-on without any defense, and survived. Not bad. He said this, but there was not a trace of surprise on his face or in his eyes. He knew very well that a level 9 heavenly venerable would not be struck to death so easily. The netherworld great ancestor's cultivation was very strong, and his state of mind was very profound. But now, after being injured by Lin Tian again and again, his profound state of mind had completely collapsed. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of anger. He wanted to tear Lin Tian apart. Despicable thing. He stared at Lin Tian and clenched his fists. Lin Tian had accurately calculated the timing and actually used his heavenly venerable level strength to send him right in front of the third round of heavenly punishment. He was almost directly hacked to death by the third round of heavenly punishment. Despicable? I hope you call it wisdom. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, He used the duality steps and arrived in front of the Netherworld Great Ancestor in a single step. The Chaos Emperor fist directly pressed down. Dong! The powerful punch caused the void to rumble on the spot and shatter into pieces. The Netherworld Great Ancestor raised his palm to meet the attack. The Netherworld light was sharp and fierce, and the palm force was very oppressive. In the blink of an eye, their fists and palms collided. Pooh! Blood splattered in all directions as the Netherworld Grand Ancestor's arm shattered on the spot. He was sent flying by Lin Tiany's fist and was flung far away. At the same time, a few more screams rang out in this sea of lightning. As the densely packed bolts of lightning struck down, the last few Netherworld ancestral kings of the Netherworld race were unable to withstand them. They were all struck to death by the tribulation lightning one after another. Lin Tian did not care about these Netherworld ancestral kings at all. He stared at the Netherworld Great Ancestor and directly stepped toward him. Dong! At this moment, the sky shook and the fourth round of heavenly punishment appeared. The entire world became oppressive because of it. In the pitch-black thunder clouds, a black thunder dragon appeared. It was at least 10,000 feet long and looked as if it was real. The destructive aura made people's hearts palpitate as if it was going to destroy everything between heaven and earth. With the appearance of this thunder dragon, the area covered by the heavenly punishment became even larger in an instant. It almost covered the space of 100,000 miles, and the destructive aura was several times stronger than before. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. He immediately stopped and looked up at the sky. The fourth round of heavenly punishment appeared and made him feel a great deal of pressure. Boom! The black thunder dragon rolled in the sky and thunder intertwined. The oppressive aura covered the sky and the earth, making people's hearts tremble. Such a terrifying heavenly punishment made the Netherworld Great Ancestor, a Stage 9 Heavenly Master, tremble involuntarily. He quickly moved away and distanced himself from Lin Tian, who was undergoing the tribulation. Obviously, he did not want to be affected by this heavenly punishment. Lin Tian glanced at the Netherworld Great Ancestor and then looked back at the sky again. This round of heavenly punishment was a little scary. At this time, he no longer had the spare energy to chase after the Netherworld Great Ancestor. He immediately circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. His essence, chi, and spirit reached the peak in an instant and focused all of it on resisting the heavenly punishment. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the pitch-black thunder dragon trembled in the sky. In the next moment, it rushed down mightily. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. The heavenly sword scripture and the four symbols seal opened together and faced the pitch-black thunder dragon. Dong! It was also at this moment that the instant the fourth round of heavenly punishment descended, a blood-red lightning phoenix emerged from the thundercloud vortex in the sky. The fifth round of heavenly punishment condensed and appeared. Together with the fourth round of heavenly punishment, it struck down together with the fifth round of heavenly punishment. In the blink of an eye, the lightning drowned everything. Chi! 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 Lin Tian's heavenly sword scripture and the four symbol seal were instantly shattered. The lightning was unparalleled and directly drowned them. He gritted his teeth and supported dozens of divine elephants to protect his body in the sea of lightning. At the same time, he bombarded the heavenly punishment with the Chaos Emperor fist. However, 2 rounds of heavenly punishment fell together in a row. The power was very frightening. Even though he had now multiplied his combat strength by 5 times and cultivated all kinds of secret techniques to an extremely profound level, it was still very difficult to resist. Uft! Pf! Uft! Blood sputtered from time to time. Part of his samsara battle body was shattered by the heavenly punishment thunder. Far away, the Netherworld Great Ancestor could naturally feel the horror of the 2 rounds of heavenly punishment. At this time he watched as Lin Tian's body was shattered inch by the heavenly punishment thunder. All kinds of different lights intertwined in his eyes. He hoped that Lin Tian would be directly killed by the heavenly punishment thunder, but he also hoped that Lin Tian would not die in such a heavenly punishment thunder. He hoped that Lin Tian would be killed because Lin Tian had come with a heavenly venerate level heavenly punishment and destroyed 90% of the core combat strength of the Netherworld race. This was a great hatred. Lin Tian's death would naturally vent his anger. Moreover, Lin Tian was very strong. If he successfully survived the heavenly punishment thunder without being killed, he did not have absolute confidence that he could suppress Lin Tian. On the other hand, he did not want Lin Tian to die. Naturally, if Lin Tian died, he would not be able to obtain the origin of samsara. That would be a great regret. For a moment, the strongest person of the Netherworld race and ninth stage heavenly venerate existence had extremely complicated feelings. Boom! Thunder roared and shook all directions. Under the heavenly punishment thunder, the ground crumbled inch by inch. The fourth and fifth rounds of heavenly punishment thunder drowned Lin Tian. At this time they exploded together and destroyed all directions. Lin Tian's body was shattered. Pieces of flesh and bones splattered on every inch of the ground around him. It was very glaring. However, he naturally did not die. The pieces of flesh and bones vibrated, and blood-red flames surged out. The sun's nirvana technique operated on its own. The pieces of flesh, bones, and blood quickly gathered together. In just a moment, a new body was formed. After forming a new body, his face was much paler than before. He looked at the sky and panted slightly. The fourth and fifth rounds of heavenly punishment thunder came down together. That power was too terrifying. It was nearly 10 times stronger than the previous 3 rounds of heavenly punishment thunder combined. Under the combined attack of these 2 rounds of heavenly punishment, he was seriously injured. Although his physical body had been repaired, the situation inside was very bad. Cracks had appeared on his spiritual soul, and his origin had dimmed a little. This is not good. He gritted his teeth. He now had 5 times his combat strength, but he was seriously injured under the 4th and 5th rounds of heavenly punishment thunder. This was a very bad sign because the next heavenly punishment thunder that came down would definitely be far more terrifying than the 4th and 5th rounds of heavenly punishment thunder. Resisting the 4th and 5th rounds of heavenly punishment thunder was already so difficult. How would the next heavenly punishment thunder be like? It was very ominous. Boom! Thunder roared and shook all directions. The entire sky trembled. In the sky, in the pitch-black thundercloud vortex, the 6th round of heavenly punishment thunder appeared at this moment, and destructive power overflowed. Lin Tian was immediately moved. The 4th and 5th rounds of heavenly punishment thunder had only passed a few breaths, but the 6th round of heavenly punishment thunder actually came down, not giving him any time to catch his breath. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. The Sun Heart Sutra operated to the limit and directly took out the reincarnation diagram to resist. The reincarnation diagram was his king's territory. It rose majestically and was displayed with his current 5 times battle strength. Its aura was astonishing. However, the 6th round of heavenly punishment thunder was too terrifying. The reincarnation diagram was instantly destroyed. Then, the terrifying lightning directly landed on his body, shattering it again. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered all over the sky. At the same time, the land within a radius of 100,000 miles completely collapsed. There was not a single inch of intact land. Shattered flesh and bones floated in the air, a shocking sight. Buzz! Blood-red flames surged out from these pieces of flesh and bones. Lin Tian's physical body was shattered, but his spirit was not destroyed. The Sun Heart Sutra circulated, causing his flesh and bones to gather together in the blink of an eye. His physique was quickly reformed. Cough! He had just reformed his physical body when he coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. His body staggered and almost fell to the ground. The 6th round of heavenly punishment thunder almost took his life. At this time he had repaired his physical body, but the situation inside was even worse. Many of his internal organs were shattered, and it was difficult to repair them in a short period of time. The cracks on his spirit body had increased, and his life essence had become even dimmer. He looked up at the sky. Thunder rumbled, and the destructive aura became even more terrifying. He gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun Nirvana technique to quickly repair his injured body. He had no energy to care about anything else. Soon, dozens of breaths passed, and his essence, energy, and spirit recovered slightly. It was also at this time that the roar of thunder shook the sky and rumbled. Dong! In the sky, an even more terrifying lightning tribulation appeared. Dense lightning interweaved together and evolved into tens of thousands of lightning mountains. Each lightning mountain was tens of thousands of feet tall. They were majestic and magnificent, and their aura was fierce and their destructive power was shocking. The 7th round of heavenly punishment thunder struck down at this moment. Facing this round of heavenly punishment thunder, Lin Tian's entire body instantly turned cold. He hurriedly pushed his combat strength to the limit. Chapter 13:23. Tens of thousands of mountains formed by lightning appeared. Each of them was majestic to the extreme. As soon as they appeared, they emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. The destructive and oppressive aura instantly spread out and pressed down mightily. Such a mighty aura made even the netherworld great ancestor, who was in 9th stage heavenly venerable, tremble. His eyes revealed a horrified expression. Boom! The 7th round of heavenly tribulation pressed down. The mountains formed by lightning crushed everything. Under such heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian could only feel his internal organs becoming ice cold. The threat of death became even more intense. He gritted his teeth, and with a shake of his right hand, 10 killing array platforms appeared consecutively. Under his will, they trembled, interweaving with each other to form a large seal. All of them were extremely powerful defensive array runes that he had inscribed before coming to the sealed dust ancient region. Buzz! The 10 directional defensive formation runes stacked layer after layer, protecting him within. It was also at this time that the 7th round of heavenly tribulation arrived. Tens of thousands of lightning mountains directly drowned everything. Crack, crack, crack. The void collapsed, and the ground was shattered again. Magma had already gushed out from many places. The 10 defensive formations that Lin Tian had brought out shone brightly. However, in front of the tens of thousands of lightning mountains, they appeared somewhat resplendent. The densely packed formation patterns trembled. In the next moment, they were unable to endure any longer and crumbled bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the 10 powerful defensive arrays collapsed together. The tens of thousands of lightning mountains' power was no longer as terrifying as before. However, it was not that much weaker. Lin Tian formed a seal. His entire body's golden divine light burst out. Once again, the reincarnation diagram was propped up and majestically faced the lightning. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation diagram and the lightning mountains collided. Boom! An astonishing explosion sounded. Dense lightning interweaved. The ground collapsed and then turned into dust in the blink of an eye. The reincarnation diagram was shattered. Out of the tens of thousands of lightning mountains, there were only 9 left. They all fell on Lin Tian's body. With a boom, Lin Tian was smashed into the ground. The entire sealed dust ancient region shook as if the end of the world had arrived. At this time, the 7th round of heavenly tribulation had passed. The pitch-black thunderclouds in the sky rolled and became much quieter. The netherworld grand ancestor stood far away, healing his injuries while looking at the center of the heavenly tribulation. In that place, Lin Tian had been smashed into the ground by the lightning mountain. He hadn't risen for a long time, and even his aura couldn't be felt. Dead? No, he's not dead. He muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was still pitch black and the thundercloud vortex was still there, showing no signs of disappearing. Since the heavenly tribulation showed no signs of disappearing, Lin Tian must still be alive. Boom! At the center of the heavenly tribulation, the broken surface of the earth trembled. A golden beam of light shot up, almost piercing into the universe. Lin Tian emerged from the ground. His body was covered in cracks, and he was gasping for breath. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. He had withstood the 7th round of lightning punishment, but his injuries had become even more severe. His internal organs had been shattered even more severely, and there were even more cracks on his whole body. His source energy had also become even dimmer. He took a deep breath and quickly circulated the nirvana of the sun technique. Combined with a few 9th-grade Baodan, he quickly healed his injured body. For a moment, the golden divine light outside his body gradually became denser, and his injuries were quickly healed. It was also at this moment that another thunderbolt rang out in the sky, and the entire sky became even darker. The huge thundercloud vortex trembled and suddenly split open. The 8th round of lightning punishment emerged, and it was a terrifying rain of thunder and lightning. The moment it appeared, it pressed down, not giving Lin Tian any time to react. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and didn't dare to be careless. His entire body was covered in golden divine light, and he immediately circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to the limit. Then he quickly formed a seal with both hands, and the Great Path Law immediately surged out and hit the sky. His Great Path Law was hazy, but it was very vast and powerful. As soon as it appeared, it shook the sky and forcibly destroyed a large amount of thunder and lightning. Not far away, the Netherworld great ancestors' eyes narrowed. What kind of Tao is this? This 9th stage, heavenly venerable of the Netherworld clan, was shocked and puzzled. He could feel the power of the Great Path Law that Lin Tian had summoned, but he couldn't identify what kind of great path it was. He racked his brains and couldn't figure it out. At the center of the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian used all his strength and the Great Path Law to the limit. This was because he could clearly feel the horror of the 8th round of lightning punishment. It was impossible for ordinary magical secret techniques to block this round of lightning punishment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He used the nameless Great Path Law to shatter the thunder and lightning. The space around him trembled and distorted because of his Great Path Law. However, in the next moment, the sky shook again, and another thunderbolt exploded. In the thundercloud vortex, dozens of human-shaped lightning appeared. Each of the human-shaped lightning was intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura. Each of the human-shaped lightning seemed to be able to kill a heavenly venerable with a raise of their hand. The 9th round of lightning punishment. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. The 8th round of lightning punishment had just fallen, and the 9th round of lightning punishment pressed down on him. Most importantly, the moment the 9th round of lightning punishment appeared, he had a very bad feeling in his heart. That was, this heavenly venerable level lightning punishment would definitely not last for 9 rounds. Boom! Thunder and lightning rolled in the sky, and the 9th round of lightning punishment struck down. Dozens of human-shaped lightning bolts seemed to have their own consciousness as they pounced on Lin Tian together. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and the golden light around his body became more intense. The reincarnation diagram propped up and directly merged with the nameless Great Path Law, condensing into his strongest reincarnation diagram of the Great Path. With the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path above his head, his entire body was bathed in lightning. He stepped into the sky and directly faced the descending lightning. Thump, thump, thump. He bombarded it with the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path, and at the same time, he waved the Chaos Emperor fist. Punch after punch. It was like the beating of a sacred drum. This kind of battle aura was very tyrannical and very frightening. However, at this time, the 8th and 9th rounds of lightning punishment were even more frightening. The dense tribulation lightning pressed down like rain, and the dozens of human-shaped lightning bolts were even more frightening. In the blink of an eye, his flesh was split open, and his bones were shattered. His entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away, and blood stained his body red. Far away, the netherworld great ancestor's heart trembled. Such a lightning punishment bombardment made even someone as powerful as him feel a sense of fear. Boom! The sky trembled and thunder roared. In the pitch-black sky, the 10th round of lightning punishment appeared. It was a group of lightning beasts, and every one of them was frightening. The moment they appeared, the 10th round of lightning punishment pressed down directly, and the dense beasts instantly crushed everything. Lin Tian stabilized his body in the lightning. At this time, his body trembled violently and his expression changed. He could not help but grit his teeth. There are indeed more than 9 rounds. At this moment, his back instantly became ice cold, and his internal organs involuntarily produced a sharp pain. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, because fear did not have the slightest effect. The reincarnation diagram of the Great Path above his head and the Sun Heart Sutra circulated even faster. As he waved the Chaos Emperor fist, he used the divining divine skill and the Heaven Ascending Sword Sutra. The pressure caused the void to collapse and everything to shatter. The battle aura outside his body was frightening, and he charged in the heavenly tribulation, shattering the lightning bolts one after another. He fought the human-shaped lightning bolts head-on and slashed the dense lightning beasts. Golden divine light interweaved in every corner of this space. However, the 3 rounds of lightning punishment struck together, and the power was naturally very frightening. He charged in the 3 rounds of lightning punishment, and blood splattered everywhere. His body was covered in cracks, and he was like a porcelain that could break at any time. His entire body was dyed red with blood. Thump! The void trembled, and the thunder exploded again. The sky became darker, and the area covered by the heavenly tribulation became wider. The earth of the sealed dust ancient region could not help but tremble. In the thundercloud vortex, the 11th round of the heavenly tribulation came out in the form of a huge lightning ball, like a meteorite. The lightning ball was more than 130 feet in diameter, and the aura of destruction intertwined with it was terrifying. It pressed down on Lin Tian, and wherever it passed, the void was annihilated inch by inch. Before it even landed, the earth had already begun to sink. This scene was undoubtedly terrifying, and it caused the netherworld great ancestor to tremble uncontrollably in the distance. Who could withstand such a heavenly tribulation? This is the legendary, strongest physique. Is it really the jealousy of the heavens? The netherworld great ancestor trembled, and his scalp went numb. In the face of such a lightning punishment, even if he was a level 9 heavenly venerable, he did not think that he could withstand it. If he faced it head-on, he would definitely die. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the 11th round of lightning punishment pressed down on Lin Tian's head in the blink of an eye. It pressed down with the other 3 rounds of lightning punishment. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and used all his strength to support the Great Path reincarnation diagram to meet it. With a swoosh, the Great Path reincarnation diagram instantly collapsed, and then his arms turned into 2 mists of blood in an instant. For rounds of lightning punishment in a row fell on him in an instant. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. For rounds of terrifying lightning punishment fell together and directly smashed him into pieces. However, even so, he was still not dead. The pieces of flesh wriggled in the sky, and in the blink of an eye his body was reformed. He gasped for breath, and blood gushed out of his mouth as he looked up at the sky. The sky was still dark. The thunderclouds were still there. Boom! A thunder exploded, and the 12th round of lightning punishment fell. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His body, which was already weak and trembling, burst out with monstrous divine light again. Great path, heavenly tribulation, kill! He roared. Golden divine light rushed into the sky, and he rushed up directly. The Chaos Emperor fist shook the sky, and the fist shook the soul. He used the Emperor fist without holding back, shattering the lightning bolts one after another, and blood kept splashing out of his body. Boom! Thunder roared, shaking all directions. He charged under the heavenly tribulation, shattering his body again and again and again, like an indestructible god of war. Soon, after the 12th round of lightning punishment, the 13th round of lightning punishment fell. The space in all directions was completely flooded by the oppressive and destructive aura. Then the 14th, 15th, and 16th rounds of lightning punishment fell one after another. Waves of terrifying lightning struck Lin Tian, shattering Lin Tian again and again. The land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely turned into ruins. Poof! Lin Tian's body shattered for the 21st time, and the 16th round of lightning punishment disappeared. His flesh wriggled, and a weak, blood-red flame flickered. A moment later, his body was reformed. Is he a monster? Is the reincarnation body so powerful? In the distance, the netherworld grand ancestor trembled. Starting from the 9th round of lightning punishment, every round of lightning punishment was destructive. Even if he was a level 9 celestial venerable, he had no confidence that he could withstand that level of lightning punishment. Once he was hit, he would definitely die without leaving a trace. However, he saw with his own eyes Lin Tian shatter and resist the lightning punishment round after round, and he did not die until the 16th round of lightning punishment. Such combat strength made him, a figure who had reached the end of the celestial venerable level, feel waves of fear. One should know that Lin Tian had just stepped into the celestial venerable level. He had just stepped into this level, but he already had such terrifying strength. How terrifying was that? How terrifying was that? At the center of the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian stood in the void, blood gushing out of his mouth. His body trembled as he looked up at the sky. The sky was still so dark. Boom! Ear-piercing thunder sounded again, shaking all directions of the sky. Within the pitch-black thundercloud vortex, the 17th round of heavenly punishment appeared. Numerous stars condensed from thunderbolts appeared. There were so many of them that it was like a starry sky filled with thunderbolts. Lin Tian's body could not stop trembling. The destructive aura fell on his body, causing him severe pain all over. He gritted his teeth and forcibly operated the heart sutra of Sunday wisps of golden divine light overflowed from his body, but they seemed very weak. Boom! The sky trembled, and another clap of thunder sounded. Lin Tian was in the center of the heavenly tribulation. His body shook violently, and the destructive aura fell from the sky. He fell to the ground with a bang. Cough! He coughed up blood, smashing the ground even more. There were more cracks on his body and blood flowed out. He struggled to stand up, but he had no strength at all. Even moving a finger became difficult. The divine power in his body had completely dried up. Boom! Chapter 1324. The sky was pitch black. The 17th round of lightning punishment was extremely terrifying. It condensed the tribulation lightning into stars. The entire starry sky of thunder pressed down from the heavens. The oppressive and destructive aura caused the space in all directions to collapse inch by inch. Move! Lin Tian roared in his heart. He lay on his back on the ground and struggled with all his might, but he really couldn't move. Now, the divine power in his body was completely exhausted. His aura was weak to the bottom. His life essence had become completely dim. Even an ordinary cultivator of the great path could easily kill him at this time. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. The lightning starry sky pressed down. It was very slow, but wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Lin Tian lay on his back on the broken ground. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He looked at the lightning starry sky that was slowly pressing down. He continued to struggle, desperately trying to stand up, but it was useless. After withstanding 16 rounds of terrifying divine punishment in a row, his injuries were too severe. At this time, he was completely unable to move. He could only watch the lightning starry sky press down on him. For a moment, he was a little stunned. Is it going to end? He was a little bitter. In his decades of cultivation, he had experienced many great disasters. He had broken through every time, but now he was truly in despair. His divine power had dried up, and his body couldn't move. Facing the lightning starry sky, pressing down from the heavens, he had no way to do anything. Blood flowed out of his mouth. From the beginning, he knew that this divine punishment would be difficult to pass. But when it really came to this moment, it still made him feel very uncomfortable. If he couldn't pass, he would die. No one was willing to die. He was the same. He had too many things that he couldn't let go of. How could he be willing to die like this? Lying on the broken ground, at this moment he thought of many things. He thought of his sister, Lin Shi, Jiyu, Shui, Baiqiu, and Sushu. How could he let go of them? He thought of Baiziki, Ling Yin, Fanning Xiong, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, Heijiao, Yenya, an old drunkard, Purple Fairy, and others. If he died, he would never see them again. Then, the figure of a woman in white appeared in his mind. She was so peaceful and quiet. Wu Yi, it's really familiar. What exactly did I forget? Blood continued to flow out of his mouth. When he thought of Wu Yi, he felt even worse. He seemed to have forgotten something very important. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the thunder-starry sky pressed down, and the world became even darker. Far off in the distance, the netherworld grand ancestor couldn't stop himself from trembling. He quickly moved even farther away to watch what was happening. He's dead. He looked at Lin Tian, who was covered in blood, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. There was a trace of pleasure in his eyes, but at the same time there was also discomfort. Lin Tian being struck to death would allow him to vent his hatred, but after being struck to death, the source of reincarnation would also dissipate. He would not be able to obtain the greatest divine treasure in the world, and that would be a great regret. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, and his feelings could be said to be extremely complicated and conflicted. Boom! The roar of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens, rolling and rumbling. The thunder-starry sky began to press down faster and faster, and the aura of destruction became even more terrifying, enveloping the surrounding space. Lin Tian was covered in blood. At this time, even his vision was blurred. He could only watch the thunder-starry sky pressing down on him. In his mind, familiar figures flashed, and vaguely he seemed to be able to hear their voices. I don't want to die. His vision was blurred, and blood was gushing out of his mouth. His voice was as weak as a mosquito's. The rolling thunder rumbled, and the thunder-starry sky carried the aura of destruction, and in the blink of an eye it was above his head. Lin Tian was completely desperate. Looking at the thunder-starry sky pressing down on him, he slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! At this moment, a light appeared between his eyebrows. Strands of 7-colored light emerged and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. In his sea of consciousness, the 7-colored divine sword vibrated. It silently drew out of his sea of consciousness and appeared in front of him. The divine sword was 3 feet long, and the sword was covered with divine patterns. It was mysterious and difficult to identify. In an instant, the lightning starry sky that was pressing down was forcefully stopped. It was as if it was blocked by an invisible force and could not descend. Then, in the next moment, there was a crisp, sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, it was completely shattered. At the same time, the entire dark sky could not help but tremble violently. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated slightly, and strands of seven-colored divine light surrounded Lin Tian. His injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Tian naturally felt it. He suddenly opened his eyes and was immediately moved. This is... Looking at the divine sword in front of him, his eyes twitched, and his pupils could not help but widen. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness had drawn itself out to protect him. He was tongue-tied and he was stunned. At the same time, his flesh and blood were vibrating. As the seven-colored divine light surrounded him, his injuries were healed in an instant. His internal organs were completely repaired, the cracks on his spiritual body disappeared, and his life origin became bright. His essence, energy, and spirit were restored to their peak at this moment. He felt the vigorous divine power begin to flow in his body again. After a moment's pause, he stood up. Buzz! The seven-colored divine sword intertwined with seven-colored light, bobbing up and down in front of him, causing the surrounding void to become slightly distorted. Looking at the divine sword in front of him, his eyes flashed, and his eyes were full of light. At the same time, in the distance, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor was shocked. How is this possible? Looking from afar, the ninth stage Heavenly Venerable of the Netherworld clan changed color and could not help but tremble. Standing in the distance, he clearly witnessed the process of the seven-colored divine sword drawing out of Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. He clearly saw that as soon as the seven-colored divine sword appeared, the falling thunderous starry sky was instantly shattered, and even the heavens and earth trembled. He could not help but be shocked. Lin Tian was not only a reincarnated body, but he also had such a divine sword in his body. This was definitely not something a heavenly treasure could compare to. He trembled, looking at the seven-colored divine sword from afar. His eyes were filled with shock, and then a touch of greed appeared. As powerful as he was, as a ninth stage Heavenly Venerable, his eyesight was definitely not bad. He clearly felt the terror of this seven-colored divine sword, which was definitely far beyond the scope of a heavenly treasure. If he could get this divine sword, how great would that be? Under the heavenly tribulation, in the center, Lin Tian was surprised by the sudden appearance of the divine sword, but he was also aware of what was happening around him. At this time, he naturally noticed the Netherworld Grand Ancestor's gaze and tilted his head to look at him. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor could not help but tremble, and he could not help but take a step back. You! At this time, meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the powerful Netherworld Grand Ancestor could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Lin Tian smiled, turned his head, and his gaze fell on the divine sword in front of him again. I was saved by you, he said to himself. This divine sword was in his sea of consciousness, and he had never been able to control it. This time, if the divine sword had not drawn out of his sea of consciousness to protect him, he would definitely have died under that thunderous starry sky. He would not have been able to withstand it. In the darkness of despair, this divine sword had saved his life. Buzz! The seven-colored divine sword floated up and down, and strands of seven-colored light intertwined. At this time, it did not rush back to his sea of consciousness. He looked at the seven-colored divine sword, and then glanced at the Netherworld Grand Ancestor in the distance. After a pause, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand to the divine sword, opened his 5 fingers, and fell on the hilt of the divine sword. The divine sword was covered with strange patterns, intertwined with strands of seven-colored light, and did not resist him. In the next moment, his 5 fingers that fell on the hilt of the divine sword slowly closed, and he truly grasped the divine sword. In an instant, his powerful physique shook violently. Holding the divine sword, he felt as if he was holding the sky-killing blade, as if he could easily cut the sky into two parts. Holding this divine sword, at this time, he felt that he could do anything, that he could destroy everything in the world with one sword. He looked at the sky, where thunder was rolling and a pitch-black vortex was horizontal. The 18th thunderbolt was brewing, and it would take a while before it emerged and struck down. Only a few tiny bolts of lightning were falling. Holding the divine sword, he stood on the broken ground, and his gaze moved away from the sky, looking at the netherworld grand ancestor in the distance. "You!" The netherworld grand ancestor trembled again, and once again met Lin Tian's gaze. Looking at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He staggered back, and then turned into a bolt of netherworld lightning and rushed even further away. He felt Lin Tian's killing intent, and at this time he only wanted to escape, regardless of whether he could escape the range of the heavenly tribulation. The divine sword in Lin Tian's hand terrified him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air reverberated, and in the blink of an eye, the ninth stage heavenly venerable netherworld grand ancestor rushed hundreds of thousands of miles away. Lin Tian looked in the direction that the other party rushed out but did not pursue. He slowly raised the divine sword in his hand and calmly slashed in the direction that the other party fled. With a soft sound, the air was cut open, and a seven-colored blade of light destroyed everything, almost cutting the sealed dust ancient region in half. PFFF. There was no scream. Dozens of miles away, a dazzling mist of blood exploded, and the aura of the netherworld grand ancestor disappeared without a trace. One sword annihilated. Lin Tian naturally felt the death of the netherworld grand ancestor. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, and it fell on the divine sword again. So powerful, his eyes were intertwined with a profound light. Although he knew that this divine sword was very terrifying, he still could not help but be surprised at this time. Just now, he just took the opportunity to slash with the divine sword in his hand, and did not even use the slightest bit of divine power. However, the ninth stage heavenly venerable netherworld grand ancestor, who was dozens of miles away, was completely destroyed without even a scream. How terrifying was that? Boom! At this moment, shocking thunder sounded and endless darkness spread, almost covering half of the sealed dust ancient region. At this moment, the sky cracked open, and the 18th round of the lightning tribulation was revealed. Phantoms appeared one after another, including angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious beasts, and blind blood shadows. Chapter 13:25. The sky was pitch black, and densely packed phantoms appeared in the thunderclouds. Every one of them was intertwined with an incomparably terrifying aura, as if they could easily crush the greater thousand worlds. More than half of the sealed dust ancient region became pitch black at this moment. The countless creatures in this world all felt a destructive aura, and every one of them trembled from the bottom of their souls. The sky, why did it become dark? What's going on? This aura. Countless creatures were terrified, trembling with fear. The oppressive and destructive aura floated in every corner of this world. Darkness shrouded the land, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. In this vast sealed dust ancient region, whether it was the netherworld race, cultivators, or other creatures, all of them were trembling at this moment. Boom! Thunder rumbled, resounding throughout the sealed dust ancient region. Lightning rumbled in the pitch-black world, like streaks of pale light streaking across, reflecting a horrifying scene. Waves of black wind blew in this space, chilling to the bone. It was as if there were creatures sobbing in it, making one's heart palpitate. Lin Tian stood on the broken ground, looking at the pitch-black sky and the phantoms that appeared in the thundercloud vortex. They seemed to be real, but also seemed to be formed by the pure great Tao. They were all very terrifying. It has already appeared 3 times. He muttered to himself. He had gone through several heavenly tribulations. Including this time, he had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. The last round of heavenly tribulations was always like this. Of course, the power was more and more terrifying each time. Boom! An extremely dull rumble came from the sky. Lightning streaked across the pitch-black world, and dense tribulation light directly pressed down. These lightning bolts were only ordinary tribulation lightning from the 18th round of heavenly tribulations, but the destructive aura it contained was incomparably terrifying. Every bolt was no weaker than the 17th round of heavenly tribulations. In the blink of an eye, they struck Lin Tian. Outside Lin Tian's body, 7-colored divine light intertwined, like a 7-colored battle armor enveloping him. The terrifying tribulation lightning struck, but it was stopped a few feet away from him. Then it shattered on its own. Even the aura of the 7-colored divine light could not block it. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and even more tribulation lightning descended. Streak after streak of lightning streaked across the pitch-black world, deathly white to the point of being somewhat horrifying. At the same time, angels with broken wings also rushed down. This phantom was completely formed by lightning. It had no expression and looked very blurry, but it seemed to be the true source of destruction. It was hundreds of times more terrifying than the previous 17 main lightning punishments combined. It was appalling. Chi, chi, chi. There wasn't just one angel with broken wings. Instead, there was a dense swarm of them. Wherever they passed, the void would be silently annihilated. It was as if it had returned to its original state, and it would take a long time for it to return to its original state. Their destructive power was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword in his right hand and raised his left hand to meet the attack head-on. A faint 7-colored pattern of light appeared, like a ripple on a calm surface of water, spreading towards the sky. The swarm of broken-winged angels that were charging down instantly shook violently. Then, one by one, they shattered into pieces. The power of the 7-colored divine sword was extremely powerful. Boom! Thunder rumbled. In the pitch-black sky, dense lightning continued to strike down, becoming even more terrifying. The tribulation lightning transformed into a sea of destruction, instantly drowning this place. Lin Tian stood on the broken ground, holding the divine sword in his hand. The sword aura protected his body, completely blocking all the tribulation lightning. Not a single bolt of tribulation lightning could hurt him. Come at me together. He looked at the boundless lightning in the sky, raised the 7-colored divine sword in his hand, and pointed it at the sky. The sky was pitch black, and the heavenly tribulation seemed to have its own consciousness. At this moment, it felt Lin Tian's provocation and directly exploded with a monstrous thunder. The entire sky was shattered in an instant, and the oppressive and destructive aura increased tenfold. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled one after another, and lightning streaked across the sky. At this moment, boundless lightning bolts pressed down mightily. At the same time, in the boundless dark sky, angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious savage beasts, and blind blood shadows. 6 different kinds of terrifying phantoms pressed down together with the boundless lightning bolts. It was as if the 6 sources of destruction were going to destroy this entire world. Suddenly, the entire world shook. The sealed dust ancient region was directly enveloped by the destructive aura, and all living things were terrified. This is the last round, Lin Tian whispered. Standing on the broken surface of the earth, he watched as the final round of lightning punishment descended. He could clearly feel the aura of annihilation, but right now he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his eyes were intertwined with a profound light. Boom! He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and golden divine light directly penetrated his body, illuminating this pitch-black space. "It's up to you." He looked at the seven-colored divine sword in his right hand. Divine power rolled out, and a monstrous aura burst out. Facing the destructive tribulation, lightning bolts pressing down from the sky, he fiercely slashed the sword towards the sky. Clang! The earth-shattering sword cry resounded throughout the entire sealed dust ancient region, and even spread to the other side of the world, causing countless living things to tremble. The seven-colored divine sword vibrated, and as Lin Tian slashed, a 7-foot-long sword light shot out. It was seven-colored and majestically slashed towards the sky. Chi! 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 The 7-foot-long sword light was incomparably sharp, and the sword aura was monstrous. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The lightning bolts that pressed down were instantly destroyed. The broken-winged angels, headless horsemen, broken-arm immortal spirits, ferocious ghosts, ferocious beasts, and blind blood shadows formed by lightning were instantly shattered. They couldn't withstand this terrifying sword at all, and were as weak as tofu. After that, the 7-foot-long sword light didn't dissipate and continued to slash towards the sky. In an instant, the pitch-black lightning clouds were shattered, and it slashed towards the distant sky. Its sharp aura surged, and the 7-colored light illuminated the sky, suppressing all living things. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, as if a ceramic was broken. It was crisp and ear-piercing. As far as the eye could see, the pitch-black lightning vortex was shattered and dissipated at this moment. In the endless, distant sky, the 7-foot-long sword light slashed through, and a 7-foot-long crack was slashed open. There was a strange and dreamy spiritual light gushing out from within. This spiritual light was incomparably dense and shocking, but it was also very gentle, as if it was nurturing endless hope. It made one's imagination run wild. Lin Tian's body shook violently. Standing on the broken ground, he looked at the 7-foot-long crack in the distant sky. Looking at the spiritual light gushing out from the crack, he felt an aura that didn't belong to this world. It was strange, vast, and majestic. This could it be? Looking at the 7-foot-long crack, his pupils couldn't help but jump. The aura overflowing from this crack is mixed with strangeness, vastness, and majesty. It definitely doesn't belong to any of the worlds from the 1st to the 9th heaven, as if it is nurturing endless possibilities. The aura contained in it is much stronger than any place from the 1st to the 9th heaven, as if it is a new world, causing his divine soul to tremble involuntarily. The space behind it gave him an intuition that it is a world that is much vaster than the 9 heavens he has been to before. Behind it is it the 10th heaven. His eyes twitched violently, and such an idea appeared in his mind, and he immediately confirmed it in his heart. He believes in his perception, believes in his intuition, and believes in his intuition. Behind it is definitely the 10th heaven. At this moment, the 7-colored divine sword cut opened the barrier of the 10th heaven. In the infinite sky, behind the 7-foot-long crack, wisps of spiritual light gushed out, then began to shrink and slowly heal. Lin Tian's body shook again. He gritted his teeth and directly operated the Sun Heart Sutra to the extreme, bursting out a monstrous golden light. At this moment, without hesitation, he stomped on the ground fiercely, turned into a golden lightning, and rushed towards the crack. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air was very harsh. At this moment, he displayed the 9th layer of the duality steps to the limit. His entire body turned into light, causing the space around him to become blurry. The 7-feet crack was infinitely far from the surface, and it slowly closed. It went from 7 feet to 6 feet, to 5 feet, to 4 feet, to 3 feet, to 2 feet, and finally, at the moment before it completely closed, he still rushed into it. Darkness covered his vision, and his figure disappeared from the sealed, dust ancient domain. His aura also disappeared in an instant. Then, after an unknown amount of time, the light reappeared and the void trembled. A gentle and powerful force directly blasted him out, and he once again landed on the solid ground. A light breeze blew by from afar, cool and gentle. As far as the eye could see, the surface of the ground was covered with green grass. Each of them was about a foot tall, and they were all the same. Occasionally, there would be a few pieces of gray stone mixed in, giving people a very peaceful feeling. Lin Tian looked into the distance, and the scene he saw was exactly the same as before. In this large space, there were no majestic mountains, no turbulent seas, and no powerful monster beasts. No matter how far he looked, the ground was as flat as a plain, and every corner was covered with green grass. This world was like a boundless flat grassland. Every corner was so monotonous. Standing on the surface of this space, a gentle breeze blew past, and his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. This is the 10th heaven. He was a little stunned. He once tried to imagine the scene of the 10th heaven, where ancient divine mountains towered and immortal rivers flowed for thousands of years, but now, what he saw in front of him made him stunned. What he saw was completely different from what he imagined. In this big space, except for the vastness and boundless aura, everything else was barren. Buzz! The air trembled, and the eternal breeze blowing in this space suddenly became gentler at this moment. Chapter 13:26. The Empyrean level heavenly tribulation dissipated and was shattered by Lin Tian's 7-colored divine sword. Now, even though he had left the sealed dust ancient region and was in a new world, the great path of heaven and earth could still sense his location. At this time, the 7-colored auspicious clouds gathered, and strands of heaven and earth light fell from above and entered his body. Lin Tian's body shook slightly. Looking at the 7-colored, auspicious clouds in the sky, he knew very well that the 7-colored divine light from the 7-colored, auspicious clouds was very precious. He immediately took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He operated the Heart Sutra of Sun and quickly refined the divine light that entered his body, turning it into pure energy that flowed into every part of his body. Suddenly, the golden divine light outside his body became blazing, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a full hour passed. The golden divine light outside his body became even more blazing, as if wisps of golden flames were burning outside his body, causing the surrounding void to be dyed with a layer of dazzling gold. Boom! The next moment, a tyrannical aura swayed from his body, turning into a fierce hurricane that swept out in all directions. Cultivating with the 7-colored divine light overflowing from the 7-colored auspicious clouds, he stepped into the 2nd-level Empyrean realm in just half an hour. Moreover, this trend did not stop there. His essence, energy, and spirit continued to rise at an extremely fast speed. In this way, it was not until half an hour later that his aura stabilized, and the golden divine light outside his body became several times more blazing than before. His cultivation stopped at the peak of the 2nd-level Empyrean realm and did not rise any further. He clenched his fist and clearly felt that his combat strength was many times stronger than before the heavenly tribulation. His flesh, divine soul, and origin were all stronger. His cultivation at the peak of the 2nd-level Empyrean realm was also very stable, and there was no need for him to do any cultivation consolidation. Very good, he muttered to himself. This was one of the benefits of the heavenly tribulation. As long as he passed through it, his strength would definitely skyrocket. The more terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, the greater the benefits after passing through it. Chi! A light sound came out. In the sky, the 7-colored auspicious clouds disintegrated like bubbles and slowly dissipated in the next moment. Lin Tian looked up, and after a while he retracted his gaze and looked around. He sized up this space again. As far as the eye could see, every corner of this space was the same. It was as flat as a grassland, and green grass was everywhere. The spiritual energy in the air was extremely dense. The 10th heaven is actually like this, he muttered to himself. Standing in this place, he couldn't see the majestic divine mountain and the magnificent immortal river, but he was very sure that this is definitely the 10th heaven, because he could clearly feel the vastness of this world. It's at least 100 times larger than the 9th heaven. Most importantly, the aura of this world is very strange and majestic, far from being comparable to the lower heavens. The divine sword had already returned to his sea of consciousness. He swept his gaze over this monotonous world. After pausing in place for a while, he casually walked forward in a direction. Who? Walking in this vast world, a gentle breeze blew past. The grass swayed along with the wind, and the buttocks rose and fell together, just like a blue sea wave. However, looking around, every corner was the same from beginning to end. No matter how far he walked, there was not much change. His pace was very gentle, and his clothes and black hair swayed in the wind. Unknowingly, he had walked hundreds of thousands of miles. After walking so far, the surroundings were still the same. He couldn't see the mountains and rivers, nor could he hear the sounds of birds and beasts. Even the simplest ants and flying insects couldn't be seen. Is the entire great world like this? He was a little dazed. The 10th heaven turned out to be so simple. Buzz! Suddenly, the divine sword that had returned to the bottom of his sea of consciousness vibrated slightly, and strands of 7-colored divine light swayed, pointing directly to the east of this world. Lin Tian's footsteps paused. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated at this time, pointing directly to the east of this empty world. His expression changed slightly. East. He looked towards the east. The origin of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness is very mysterious. As long as there is a change, it will definitely be extraordinary. This is the case every time. Now that the divine sword had a change, pointing directly to the east of this vast world, he didn't hesitate and directly accelerated towards the east of this heaven. He didn't fly, but still walked on the ground, but his speed was amazingly fast. It was like a humanoid lightning moving on the ground, leaving afterimages behind with each step. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. A light breeze blew in this world. Lin Tian didn't know how far he had crossed, but he stopped at this time. In front of him, there was a stone tablet standing a few meters away. There was a strange and magnificent aura intertwined around it. It was extraordinary. Looking at this stone tablet, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes twitched violently. Looking at it, the stone tablet was about 10 meters tall, and he didn't know how long it had existed. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world, as if it carried the aura of the long river of time. The vastness and ancientness made people's hearts tremble. There were ancient seal characters engraved on it, and each seal character was like a real dragon, containing a shocking aura: body refining, divine pulse, sea of consciousness, flight, immortal connecting, great Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, chaos. The ancient seal characters on the stone tablet were intertwined with a very shocking and vast aura. From top to bottom, it was actually a great realm. This made his eyes twitch violently, and he looked at the ancient seal characters further back and couldn't help but read out loud: Empyrean immortal, eternal, true immortal, golden immortal, mystic immortal, celestial immortal, immortal king, true God, heavenly God, divine king, divine emperor, divine emperor. This, looking at the ancient seal characters on the stone tablet, he was completely stunned. This stone tablet, about 10 meters tall, was describing the great realms on the path of cultivation to the world: body refining, divine pulse, sea of consciousness, flight, immortal connecting, great Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, chaos, Empyrean, immortal, eternal, true immortal, golden immortal, mystic immortal, celestial immortal, immortal king, true God, heavenly God, divine king, divine emperor, divine emperor. He looked at the stone tablet in front of him and was inexplicably shocked. After the Chaos Emperor realm, there are actually 13 great realms. Who carved this? He was shocked. Chapter 13:27. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, looking at the ancient seal characters on it, Lin Tian was really shocked. Engraved on it were the great realms of cultivation, from the body refinement realm to the Chaos Emperor realm, and then there were a total of 13 great realms. He never thought that the path of cultivation would be so profound. After cultivating for dozens of years, he stepped into the heavenly venerable realm, but he hadn't even walked half of the path of cultivation. Who exactly was the one who carved this? His eyes twitched violently. To be able to engrave all the great realms from the body refinement realm to the divine emperor realm on this stone tablet, this was enough to prove that the person who carved these ancient seal characters had definitely reached the divine emperor realm. He even had an even more terrifying conjecture. Today's great realms of cultivation were created by the person who carved these ancient seal characters. He was even more shocked. This stone tablet was more than 10 feet tall. It was simply bearing the entire path of cultivation, or rather, the entire world of cultivation. Standing in front of this stone tablet, he was stunned again. The person who carved these ancient seal characters had definitely reached the divine emperor realm, or even the founder of the great realms of cultivation. How powerful was such a person? Moreover, this stone tablet was erected in the 10th heaven. Then, the person who carved these ancient seal characters, the person who created these great realms of cultivation, was someone from the 10th heaven. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Was there such a strong person in the 10th heaven? That person, what kind of existence was he? Buzz. At this time in his sea of consciousness, the seven-colored divine sword trembled again. Strands of seven-colored light swayed from his sea of consciousness, pointing directly at the stone tablet in front of him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He paused for a moment, then walked forward. In just a few breaths, he arrived in front of the stone tablet. As he approached the stone tablet, he felt a majestic pressure. On this stone tablet, ancient seal characters were written horizontally. They were bold and powerful, simple and ancient. They were like primordial true dragons, causing his heart to tremble. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was still vibrating slightly. He walked to the stone tablet and couldn't help but put his hand on the stone tablet. He touched the ancient seals on the stone tablet and felt his body tremble uncontrollably as if there were electric currents running through his body. It was also at this moment that the stone tablet suddenly shook, and the ancient characters on it seemed to have come to life as they shone brightly. Lin Tian was immediately shocked. This multicolored light was too strong, and even his eyes felt a piercing pain. The surrounding space was distorting. One by one, the ancient seals glowed. His right hand seemed to be glued to the stone tablet, and he couldn't break free. Buzz! The light was dense, and the surrounding air was distorted like ripples on a calm water surface. In the next instant, a cracking sound rang out. It was as if a piece of ceramic had been shattered. Cracks began to appear on the stone tablet. Then the cracks became bigger and bigger, spreading like a spider web in all directions. Lin Tian was startled once more. His right hand landed on the stone tablet. At this time, no matter what he did, he couldn't withdraw his hand. It was sucked in by a powerful force, and the stone tablet began to crack apart bit by bit. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another. After 10 breaths, the stone tablet finally broke into pieces and completely shattered, turning into dust that filled the sky. Then it dissipated like starlight, as if it had merged into the void of this place. Lin Tian was shocked. This ancient stone tablet that carried the different levels of cultivation actually broke in front of his eyes just like that. Buzz! Light surrounded this place. The surrounding divine splendor was still there. Lin Tian was shocked again. At this time, the stone tablet broke, but the ancient seals on the stone tablet were perfectly preserved. They floated in the air like light talismans, like true dragons emitting divine light. This shocked him. These ancient seal characters had left the stone tablet and existed independently. They didn't disappear. Buzz! The ancient seal characters left the stone tablet and floated in the air. They didn't disappear. At this moment, they seemed to be condensed by light, as if they had their own consciousness. At this moment, they vibrated together and circled Lin Tian like true dragons. For a moment, in this world, the originally gentle breeze became fierce. The ancient seal characters intertwined with a strong aura, carrying a majestic Taoist rhyme. They were like miniature tornadoes circling Lin Tian's body, causing the unparalleled spiritual qi in this world to materialize into rays of light. Rays of light rushed from all directions and flooded this place in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled. As the unparalleled spiritual qi rushed over, the Sun Heart Sutra in his body involuntarily sped up, madly absorbing the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, quickly nourishing his body. In just an instant, his essence, qi, and spirit began to strengthen at a terrifying speed, and his cultivation also rose steadily. This shocked him and made his heart tremble again. The ancient seal characters on the stone tablet circled around him, attracting all the spiritual qi in the air from all directions. Whoosh! 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 This kind of spirit light was very strong and dense. It rushed over from all directions in this world, and all of them condensed into a substantial beam of light. At the same time as it rushed towards this place, it carried with it the sound of the air being torn apart. It was vast and strange. Immersed in this vast and strange spiritual light, Lin Tianji felt as if he had entered the legendary ancestral dragon's vein. His divine soul trembled, his essence, qi, and spirit continued to strengthen, and his cultivation rose rapidly. After a few minutes, his body trembled as a powerful divine power swept out from his body, creating a powerful hurricane. He had stepped into the third level of the celestial venerable realm from the peak of level 2 celestial venerable realm. Moreover, after reaching this level, as the spiritual light in this world continued to rush and enter his body, his essence, qi, and cultivation continued to grow rapidly. He was moving toward level 4 celestial master at an incredible speed. At the same time, the ancient seal characters beside him fell off from the shattered stone tablet and circled around his body. They became faster and faster, and the light became thicker and thicker. Then they shook together and entered his forehead like real dragons. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into his sea of consciousness and shone brightly above his sea of consciousness. Lin Tianji's body shook, and he was shocked by this scene. These ancient seal characters not only fell off from the shattered stone tablet, but they also attracted the vast spiritual energy in this world and rushed directly into his sea of consciousness. Buzz! One by one, the ancient seal characters rushed into his sea of consciousness and vibrated above his sea of consciousness. The light was strong, but it was very gentle. They were like numerous divine lamps and true dragons that circled around his sea of consciousness, causing the yin-yang lotus sea within his sea of consciousness to sway along with it. With a rustling sound, strands of black and white quintessence in sunlight were interwoven. Buzz! The ancient seal characters that entered his sea of consciousness continued to vibrate, and the light became thicker. Then, in the next moment, these ancient seal characters began to break down one by one. In the blink of an eye, they all shattered and turned into pieces of blazing divine light that floated above his sea of consciousness. Then they floated around and merged into his sea of consciousness. Lin Tianji's body shook immediately, and his sea of consciousness shook violently. The yin-yang lotus sea in it swayed even more violently, and there were even waves of light rolling up, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his head. At the same time, there were many things in his mind. Vaguely, there was an inexplicable vast sound in his sea of consciousness, as if a supreme being was preaching to him in his sea of consciousness. Body refining, refine the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, and transform the vital chi. Holy pulse. Connect the body's acupoints to form 9 holy pulses. Sea of consciousness. Gather the power of the 9 holy pulses to form the sea of consciousness. Flight. Refine the vital chi, and one can control the void. Immortal connection. Transform the vital chi into a spirit and reconstruct the body with divine power. Great Tao. Comprehend the heaven and earth, and comprehend the great Tao. Enlightenment. Comprehend the true meaning of the great Tao, and comprehend the true meaning of one's own body. Nirvana. Transform the body and sublime it, as if bathing in fire like a phoenix. Primal chaos. Condense the Emperor Chi, or the Emperor realm. There are a total of 18 levels. The first 9 emperors, the last 9 celestial lords. Empyrean. Draw on the power of the starry sky to refine the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, and lead the body to truly reach the peak. Immortal. The body truly transcends mortality, and even if it dies, it will not decay or decay. Draw on the power of the starry sky to refine the soul of the origin. Eternal. The body is immortal, and the soul is indestructible. You will never die, and live as long as the heaven and earth. True immortal. One by one, the ancient seal characters turned into light and merged into a sea of consciousness. Then, a vast sound of the great Tao rang out, as if someone was preaching to him. A vague meaning of cultivation appeared in his mind, causing him to involuntarily speak softly. From body refining to primal chaos, from Empyrean to Emperor God, he understood the meaning of each realm and how to cultivate each realm. It was as if his sea of consciousness was imprinted, and the various meanings became clearer and clearer. From body refining to nirvana, each realm is divided into 9 small steps. The level of primal chaos is called the Emperor realm, and it is actually divided into 18 levels. The first 9 levels are the emperors, and the last 9 levels are the celestial lords. From Empyrean to Emperor God, each realm is divided into 3 levels, early, middle, and peak. He murmured, "After reaching the eternal realm, one can completely escape death. Under normal circumstances, one will truly be immortal," he muttered to himself, and his eyes couldn't help but emit strands of resplendent light. Eternal, that is, eternal life. All living things in the world could truly live forever, and live as long as the heaven and earth. In fact, when one stepped into a higher realm, even if the heaven and earth were to be destroyed, one could still live in the world. Eternal, eternal life. He muttered to himself, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. As he muttered to himself, in his sea of consciousness, the ancient seal characters shattered and turned into light that completely merged into every corner of his sea of consciousness. That inexplicable vast sound of the great Tao instantly disappeared. Boom! Divine power vibrated, and his body emitted a monstrous divine light at this moment. His essence, chi and spirit increased wildly, and his cultivation also rose. In just the blink of an eye, his cultivation rushed from 3rd stage, heavenly venerable, to 4th stage, heavenly venerable. Moreover, this trend showed no signs of stopping, and it was still rushing up. Buzz. Chapter 13:28. The aura coming from the 10 directions was too dense, like the spiritual energy of the ancestral dragon veins. Lin Tian stood in the middle of it, and with the trace of Tao rhythm brought into his sea of consciousness by the ancient seal scripts, his essence, energy, and cultivation seemed to never stop. They were all rising rapidly, and his blood energy was constantly growing stronger, like a volcanic eruption. Buzz. Astonishing divine brilliance intertwined around his body. The golden divine light became denser with the improvement of his cultivation base, like a burning golden flame, dyeing the surrounding space with a reddish golden color. Even the green grass on the ground was covered with a faint layer of golden light. He stood quietly in place. At this time, while comprehending the essences of the many great realms on the road of cultivation, he automatically operated the Sun Heart Sutra, absorbing the majestic aura pouring into this place at a faster speed. Suddenly, the growth of his essence, energy, and cultivation base became even faster. Then, after only half an hour, another tyrannical divine energy rushed out of his body, and his cultivation base underwent another great change. From the 4th stage of the Empyrean realm, he stepped into the 5th stage of the Empyrean realm. At the same time, his body trembled slightly. As the stone tablet shattered, and the ancient characters on the stone tablet merged into a sea of consciousness, he felt as if he had become one with the vast 10th heaven. In this short period of time, he suddenly gained a lot of knowledge about this vast and boundless world. Among them, the most clear point was the extremely strong heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven. The ancient seal script on the stone tablet is a powerful force. Under the power of time, it passed through the stone tablet and affected the heavenly domain's heavenly domain barrier, making it countless times stronger. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to break it. He muttered to himself. In the 10th heaven, a gentle breeze blew in. In the 10 directions, the bright aura was still rushing towards this place, showing no signs of stopping. The grass in this world swayed in the breeze, like waves of green grass. Lin Tian operated the Sun Heart Sutra and cultivated silently. At this time, his eyes couldn't help but emit wisps of golden light. It seems that now I can make the heavenly barrier of this world return to its original state. He whispered, the reason why the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven is so strong that even ordinary heavenly venerables can't break it. This is because the ancient seal script on the stone tablet is intertwined with a powerful force that poured into the heavenly barrier through the stone tablet, causing the heavenly barrier to become many times stronger. Now, the ancient seal script on the stone tablet has integrated into his sea of consciousness, and there is still some aura remaining. He can guide this aura to restore the heavenly barrier to its original state. At that time, as long as one's cultivation is at the quasi-emperor realm, they can enter this heaven. Blazing divine light surged around his body. His essence, energy, and cultivation were all rising. The golden light in his eyes became even more intense. Then he took a deep breath and moved his hands at once. He quickly formed a seal and circulated the dragon burial scripture. Roaming dragon. He muttered softly. He activated the remaining ancient seal script aura in his sea of consciousness. With the dragon burial scripture as a guide, he turned this aura into strands of divine light and sent them into the ground of this world, surging into the heaven region's barrier. As these strands of divine light were sent into the heavenly barrier, the wind in this world began to grow stronger. The green plants on the ground began to sway even more intensely. The heavenly barrier's firmness is weakening. Wisps of faint light intertwined in his eyes. He instantly noticed the changes in the heavenly barrier of this heaven. Then he circulated the dragon burial scripture even faster, guiding even more of the ancient seal aura into the heaven domain barrier, causing the heaven domain barrier to return to its original state at an even faster speed. He knew very well that every cultivator in the lower heavens dreamed of rushing into the 10th heaven one day, and then reaching a higher level, breaking through death and attaining immortality. However, the extremely solid heavenly barrier of the heaven region blocked the path of these cultivators. It was almost the end of the road in despair, now that he had entered this heaven realm. He knew why the barrier of this heaven realm was so sturdy. There was a way to restore the barrier of this heaven realm to its original state, giving the experts the hope and opportunity to enter this heaven realm, allowing them to rush to a higher level. Naturally, he would not hesitate. Moreover, his most important family and friends were also in the lower 9 heavens. Even if it was only for his family and friends, he had to do this. What's more, this matter wouldn't cause him any harm. It would just consume some of his essence. 1. He channeled the dragon burial scripture, and the remnants of the ancient seal scripts in his psyche ocean were drawn out. Together with the dragon markings in the sky, he sent them into the ground of the heaven region and into the barrier of the heaven region, causing the barrier to return to its original state even faster. The ninth heaven is vast and boundless. At this moment, the sky of this heaven suddenly became bright. Wisps of light spread out, and the entire sky became distorted at this moment, as if water ripples were surging. It was very strange. At the same time, the aura intertwined in this heaven began to become stronger. In the blink of an eye, it doubled in density. Wisps of gentle aura rolled up in this heaven, strangely peaceful. For a time, all the powerhouses and sects in this heaven were shocked. The sky is glowing and the aura is increasing. What's going on? All the cultivators were surprised. The sky of the ninth heaven was changing, and the aura in the air was increasing. At this time, the stronger the cultivator, the more obvious this change was. The sky is weakening. A powerful emperor looked at the sky, and his eyes twitched violently. Time passed by. In the ninth heaven, the light emitted from the sky gradually became denser. The vast sky seemed to have turned into a source of light, and the aura in this great world continued to increase. What the hell is going on? This world. What's going on? In this heaven region, more and more cultivators were astonished, shocked by this scene. Cultivators walked out from every corner. In the entire ninth heaven, almost all the cultivators looked at the sky at this time. It was also at this time that a voice sounded from the sky, reverberating throughout the entire ninth heaven, and even spread to the other 8 heavens below the ninth heaven. After 49 days, the 10th heaven will be unsealed. Anyone who has reached the quasi-emperor realm or above can break through the barrier of the 10th heaven, withstand the pressure of the barrier, and enter the 10th heaven. This voice sounded from the ninth heaven as if it came from another world. It was quiet and distant, causing everyone in the ninth heaven and the lower 8 heavens to turn pale. All of them had a look of shock on their faces, especially in the immortal court of the ninth heaven. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals all looked at the sky with wide eyes. Naturally, they could tell that this voice came from their leader. Everyone was shocked and speechless. In the depths of the immortal court, Lin Shi Jiu, Little Taichu Wuxing Crocodile, and Baiziki were also shocked. This is Brother's voice. Lin, she was shocked. Yes, it's Brat Lin's voice. That guy's voice actually came from the top of the ninth heaven. He said that the 10th heaven will be unsealed. Wuxing Crocodile was also shocked. He stared straight at the sky, and his pupils shrank fiercely. Could it be that he is now in the 10th heaven? He entered the 10th heaven? Didn't he go to the sealed dust ancient region to transcend the Empyrean thunder tribulation? How could? A day ago, Lin Tian went to the sealed dust ancient region to transcend the tribulation. Naturally, everyone was worried and gathered together to wait for Lin Tian's return. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky of the ninth heaven, and the world aura changed greatly. They were all surprised and looked at the sky. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian's voice suddenly sounded from the top of the ninth heaven. The most important thing was that the content of Lin Tiandao's words was too shocking. He actually said that after 49 days the 10th heaven will be unsealed, and as long as one reaches the quasi-emperor realm, they can enter the 10th heaven. One must know that the 10th heaven is the legendary supreme world of the 10 directions heavens. In the entire 10 directions heavens, there is no cultivator who doesn't dream of entering it one day, but they are powerless because the barrier of the 10th heaven is too strong. Even an ordinary Empyrean powerhouse can't break it. But now Lin Tian said that the 10th heaven will be unsealed, and after 49 days, anyone who reaches the quasi-emperor realm will be able to enter it. The significance of such words is too great. For the current 10 directions heavens, for the countless cultivators in the 10 directions heavens, these words can be said to be subversive, enough to make any cultivator in the 10 directions heavens tremble. This guy, what is he doing? He really entered the 10th heaven? That legendary heavenly domain. Bai Qiu, Jiyu, and the others were surprised. Bai Ziki, Yangqi, and the others' eyes twitched violently. Even the little Taichu's eyes widened, staring straight at the sky. At the same time, in the 9th heaven, the old ancestors of the major sects were all shocked. Naturally, they recognized that this voice belonged to Lin Tian. After all, more than 2 years ago, Lin Tianyi fought against the Netherworld race. No one would forget that. The voice of the immortal emperor fell from the sky of the 9th heaven. The 10th heaven will be unsealed, and after 49 days, anyone above the quasi-emperor realm will be able to enter the 10th heaven. The immortal emperor of the immortal court is now in the 10th heaven. He ascended to the 10th heaven. The changes in the sky are related to the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor is unsealing the 10th heaven. 49 days later, we will be able to step into the legendary heavenly realm. We can rush to a higher realm. Chapter 13:29. The entire 9th heaven was shocked. All the cultivators trembled. At this moment, they all looked at the dazzling sky, and their pupils couldn't help but twitch. The immortal emperor entered the 10th heaven. All the cultivators were horrified. The 10th heaven is the highest heaven in the 10 heavens. It's the legendary heaven that all cultivators dream of ascending. Now, someone actually stepped into it. He actually stepped into the legendary 10th heaven. Immortal, the immortal emperor. Many people were in a daze, completely shocked. The seal of the 10 heavens is about to be lifted. The immortal emperor is now in the 10th heaven, and he's about to lift the barrier of the 10th heaven. In 49 days, people above the quasi-emperor realm will be able to enter. In the entire 9th heaven, countless people were looking at the sky. Countless people were discussing this matter. Everyone was shocked and shocked. Of course, there was also excitement. It's the voice of the immortal emperor. If the immortal emperor said so, then it must be true. The immortal emperor is about to break the seal of the 10th heaven. We have hope and opportunity to enter. We can enter that heaven. That's great. That's great. In the vast 9th heaven, all the cultivators were excited. Not only in the 9th heaven, but Lin Tian's voice also spread to the lower heavens. All the cultivators were shocked. The Burning Sun sect, the Valley of the Harp, the Bai family, the Emergence Dao sect, and other major forces related to Lin Tian were all excited. Senior brother Lin has stepped into the legendary 10th heaven. Someone from our Burning Sun sect rushed into the 10th heaven. All the disciples of the Burning Sun sect trembled with shock and excitement, entering the legendary 10th heaven. This was even more shocking than the fact that Lin Tian was a reincarnated body. After all, it's the 10th heaven. It was the legendary heaven domain of the 10 directions heaven domain that contained the secret of eternal life. The 10th heaven, Lin Tian stood alone in the 10th heaven. Golden divine light intertwined around his body, becoming more and more intense. In this heaven, the wind became much stronger. He pulled out the remnant aura of the ancient seal script in his knowledge sea and used the dragon burial scripture to send it into the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven, causing the influence of the ancient seal script left on the stone tablet to slowly disappear, causing the heavenly barrier to slowly return to its original state. Buzz, vast amounts of spiritual energy continued to surge in from all directions. They moved very quickly and showed no signs of stopping. The vast amount of spiritual energy had basically turned Lin Tian's surroundings into a sea of spiritual energy, enveloping Lin Tian completely. It constantly surged into his body, causing his vital energies and cultivation to rapidly rise. Lin Tianyi circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb the spiritual energy and cultivate. At the same time, he pulled out the remnant aura of the ancient seal script in his knowledge sea and used the dragon burial scripture to restore the barrier of the 10th heaven. Dense dragon patterns gushed out from the soles of his feet. Doing this, he used the dragon burial scripture to channel the remnant aura of the ancient seal script into the barrier of the 10th heaven to remove the influence of the ancient seal script. The entire process takes about 3 days. After the completion of the process, it will take more than 40 days for the barrier to truly return to its original state. He sent a voice transmission from the 10th heaven, informing the people in the lower heavens about this matter. The Dragon Burial Scripture and the Sun Heart Sutra circulated even faster. His essence, energy, soul, and cultivation were all rising at an astonishing speed. At the same time, he paused and sent a voice transmission to the lower 9 heavens. The path of cultivation is divided into 22 realms: body tempering, divine vein, knowledge sea, flight controlling, immortal connecting, grand Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, primal chaos. His voice was calm and mixed with Tao rhythm. After the primal chaos emperor realm, there are the emperor void realm, immortal realm, eternal realm, true immortal realm, golden immortal realm, mysterious immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, immortal king realm, true immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm, and God emperor realm. He preached the Tao to all the cultivators in the 10 heavens across the heaven barrier, informing them of the 13 great realms after the primal chaos emperor realm. He also explained in detail the essentials of each great realm to all the cultivators in the 10 heavens, as well as what they should do to cultivate. At the same time, he also improved their understanding of each great realm. For a time, the cultivators in the entire 10 heavens were even more shocked. The immortal emperor of the immortal court is preaching to us across the heavens. Body refining, divine vein, sea of consciousness, imperial sky, connecting immortal, great Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, chaos, empyrean immortal, eternal, true immortal, golden immortal, Xian immortal, heaven immortal, immortal king, true God, heavenly God, divine king, divine emperor, There's so many great realms after the primal chaos emperor realm. This is simply. The cultivators in the 10 heavens were all shocked. In the past, all the cultivators thought that the primal chaos emperor realm was the end of cultivation. Now, after listening to Lin Tian's voice from the 10th heaven, they learned that there were a total of 13 great realms after the primal chaos emperor realm. The primal chaos emperor realm was not even the middle stage of the cultivation path. This shocked all the cultivators in the 10 heavens. At the same time, as Lin Tian explained the essentials of each great realm, all the cultivators became even more shocked. Reaching the eternal realm means eternal life, and one can live as long as the heavens and earth. Is this the so-called secret of eternal life contained in the 10th heaven? The immortal emperor entered the 10th heaven and obtained this in the 10th heaven. We, cultivators, can really achieve eternal life. Many cultivators trembled. Even those in the emperor realm were no exception. Eternal life, for the cultivators in the world, this word was too heavy. It could crush everything. Since ancient times, the 10 heavens had experienced countless eras. All the cultivators cultivated desperately, and the ultimate goal was eternal life. However, whether human beings could really achieve eternal life had always been a question. Even though there was a rumor in the 10th heaven that contained the secret of eternal life, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Many people even thought that it was impossible for human beings to achieve eternal life, and that it was just a dream. However, now Lin Tian from the 10th heaven gave a sermon to all the cultivators in the 10 heavens. He explained the great realms after the primal chaos emperor realm, explained the essentials of each realm, and told everyone that cultivators could live forever. As long as they reached the eternal realm, they could live as long as the heavens and earth. This shocked and excited all the cultivators. For the cultivators in the 10 heavens, the significance of this matter was too great. It surpassed everything else. The immortal emperor broke the seal of the 10th heaven and gave us a sermon. This, countless cultivators trembled. Lin Tian broke the seal of the 10th heaven and gave a sermon across the heavens, carrying the secret of eternal life. For the cultivators in the 10 heavens, this was undoubtedly a great kindness, comparable to the grace of rebirth. Countless cultivators were moved and grateful. Among them, although most of the cultivators may not be able to reach the eternal realm, and even reaching the quasi-emperor realm was very difficult. However, Lin Tian's words gave everyone hope. Whether it was a genius or an ordinary person, they all had the possibility of achieving eternal life. This was more important than anything else. This gave all the cultivators a real and definite goal that they could achieve. The road of cultivation would be full of motivation. The life of a cultivator would be more meaningful because of this. Immortal Emperor, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Emperor. Throughout the 100,000 heavens, countless cultivators couldn't help but shout at the sky at this moment, moved and excited. Lin Tian stood in the 10th heaven. While circulating the dragon burial scripture, he guided the remnant aura of the ancient seal in his sea of consciousness to unlock the heavens barrier. At the same time, he circulated the heart of the Sun Sutra and gave a sermon to the cultivators of the 10 heavens. He looked very ethereal, as if he had entered the Tao. He gave off an incomparably solemn feeling, like a divine emperor. The spiritual energy of the 10 heavens rolled in, submerging this place. Then, in the next moment, wisps of pure white light gushed out from the surface of this heaven. They were gentle and pure, and after they appeared, they rushed towards Lin Tian, like a white mist lingering around Lin Tian's body. Then, along with the endless spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, they poured into Lin Tian's body. Suddenly, the aura of Lin Tian's body rose rapidly, and his essence, qi and spirit soared. Lin Tian was slightly shocked, and his expression changed. It wasn't the first time he saw this kind of pure white light. When he was cultivating in the Immortal Emperor Tower after quelling the dark turmoil, he also saw this kind of light mixed with a strange power. Compared to the last time, the pure white light this time was denser and more abundant. It was even more astonishing than the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the 10 heavens. It was like the most primitive heaven and earth saint force. He was using the dragon burial scripture to unlock the heavens barrier of this heaven. Although it was returning to its original state at this time, it hasn't really recovered yet. He couldn't see the scene of the lower heavens through such a solid heavens barrier. However, even so, he could feel that this light drifted from the lower heavens to the 10 heavens. This light completely ignored the extremely sturdy barrier of the 10th heaven without any hindrance. Lin Tian was shocked. This light is too extraordinary. Is it because I broke the heavens barrier here and gave a sermon across the heavens, causing the cultivators of the 10 heavens to feel grateful and reverent? He had some guesses. This was the second time he had received such a light, so he more or less understood it a little. Because back when he had quelled the dark turmoil, the living beings and cultivators he had saved had given birth to such a strange divine light because of their gratitude and reverence towards him. Chapter 1330. The pure white light contained a strange power, and it was very rich and abundant. Along with the majestic aura of the 10th heaven, it poured into Lin Tian's body. After being refined by the Sun Heart Sutra, Lin Tian's essence and cultivation soared at an even faster speed. Buzz! In his body, the golden divine light became even denser, illuminating the surrounding space with a reddish golden light. Even the air was distorted. He ran the Sun Heart Sutra, and as the pure white light entered his body, his entire being became more ethereal. He continued to guide the aura left by the ancient seal in his knowledge, to unlock the 10th heaven. and he continued to preach to the cultivators of the 10th heaven. Afterward, the pure white light that rushed from the lower heavens to the 10th heaven became even denser, and the power was even more astonishing. For a time his cultivation's speed increased again, and in the blink of an eye he reached the peak of the 5th level Empyrean. Moreover, this trend didn't stop and was still continuing. As such, he continued to break through the barrier of the 10th heaven while explaining the essentials of the realms after the primal chaos Emperor realm. At the same time, he cultivated the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Boom! At this time, another powerful aura rushed out of his body. His cultivation rose from the 5th level Empyrean to the 6th level Empyrean, and a powerful golden hurricane appeared in this place. He naturally knew about this matter, but he didn't care about it for the time being. Instead, he focused more on breaking the seal of the 10th heaven and preaching to the cultivators of the 10th heaven. This was because when he was breaking the seal of the 10th heaven and preaching to the cultivators of the 10th heaven, he received feedback from the cultivators of the 10th heaven. This feedback was the pure white light. The power contained in this light is too strange and divine. It has extraordinary power, far surpassing the world's aura. Although he didn't expect to get any feedback when he first started to break the seal of the 10th heaven and preach to these people. Now that he got the reward, he felt that he should treat it more seriously. True immortal, the body is immortal, the soul is indestructible, the Emperor Qi evolves into immortal Qi, comprehending the laws of the immortal Tao. Golden immortal condenses immortal Qi and sublimates the immortal Tao. Mysterious immortal, the immortal Tao is profound, and the combat power is unparalleled. His voice was calm, passing through the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven and falling to the lower heavens. In the 9th heaven, the light in the sky became thicker and thicker, almost covering the scorching sun in the sky, but it was very gentle and not dazzling at all. At this moment, all the cultivators in the region sat down with their legs crossed. They stopped what they were doing and listened to the voice in the sky in a daze. At the same time, this sound passed through the barriers of the other heavens and landed in the 8 heavens below. All the cultivators in the 8 heavens did the same. Everyone sat down and carefully listened to the sound in their world while channeling their ancient scriptures. Moreover, some cultivators muttered along with Lin Tian's voice, and the aura they emitted couldn't help but become more condensed. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, from the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, many cultivators who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time unknowingly crossed this obstacle and stepped into a new level of cultivation. In the 10th heaven, Lin Tian was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Buzz! More and more pure white light surged from the 9 heavens below, along with the world aura rushing from the 10th heaven. It entered his body, causing his essence, energy, and soul to grow rapidly. His cultivation base also rose steadily. His expression was focused and serious. While unsealing the 10th heaven, he continued to talk to the cultivators in the future. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, on this day, Lin Tian stopped channeling the dragon burial scripture. The aura of the ancient seal, left in his knowledge, was completely exhausted. It's done, he muttered to himself. At this time, the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven is still strong, and ordinary Empyreans can't break it. However, as time passes, it will slowly weaken and return to its original state. In more than 40 days, any cultivator who has reached the quasi-emperor realm in the lower heavens will be able to step up. Cultivating in this heaven is at least dozens of times better than cultivating in the lower 9 heavens. He whispered, "The 10th heaven is very simple. It's surrounded by plains, but the world aura is vast and rich. Cultivating in this heaven can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's not comparable to the lower 9 heavens." Buzz! Outside his body, the golden divine light became denser, and various spiritual lights rushed out from this heaven. Pure white light, mixed with strange power, rushed out from the lower heavens. It wasn't until half a month later that the two gradually became thinner. After that, another 3 days passed, and the pure white light that surged from the lower heaven domain disappeared. Only strands of spirit light still floated over from various corners of the heaven domain, but compared to 3 days ago, it was much thinner. 7th level Empyrean. At this moment, Lin Tian stopped cultivating. His eyes shone brightly as he could clearly sense just how powerful he had become. At this time, he felt that if he encountered someone at the level of the Netherworld Great Ancestor again, he could kill the other party with a simple punch. In the Empyrean realm, no one is his opponent, and he is absolutely invincible under the Emperor realm. Good. The light in his eyes became stronger. He had accidentally entered the legendary 10th heaven of the 10 directions heaven domain. His harvest was simply too great. He had learned the secret of eternal life, and his cultivation had risen from 2nd order Empyrean to 7th order Empyrean. This made him feel like he was dreaming. The harvest was too amazing. It's all thanks to that divine sword. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter this heaven so easily and obtain so much. I might even die under the heavenly tribulation. He muttered to himself. He stood in place and felt more and more that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had a terrifying origin. It was too powerful. He paused in place and took a deep breath. The Heart Sutra of Sun circulated more smoothly, and he prepared to stabilize his 7th level Empyrean cultivation. Whoosh! In this heaven, the wind became gentle again, and the green plants on the ground swayed with the gentle breeze. Wisps of spiritual light floated from all corners of this heaven and became thinner as they surrounded Lin Tian. At this time, when Lin Tian was about to sit down cross-legged and stabilize his 7th level Empyrean cultivation with the Heart Sutra of Sun, his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. As the wisps of spiritual light from this heaven surrounded him, a blurry image appeared in his sea of consciousness. It seemed to be the image of this heaven in the past. He saw 9 figures entering this heaven one after another, standing quietly in this heaven, and then rushing into the sky. These 9 people's appearances were very blurry, but the aura surrounding them made his heart tremble. Empyrean Primal Chaos, Empyrean Solar, Empyrean Extreme Yin, Empyrean Dragon Burial, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Empyrean Medicine Emperor, Empyrean Daorin, Empyrean Array Emperor, Fengshen Tianzuan. His pupils shrank suddenly. The 9 figures were very blurry, and he couldn't see their faces clearly. However, he was very familiar with their aura. This was because he had cultivated the divine arts of these 9 people. Even the extreme in ancient scripture of Empyrean Extreme, Yin, was something he had learned from Baiqiu. At this time, he instantly recognized them. These 9 people didn't disappear in the long river of time. They didn't die, and they ascended to the 10th heaven early. He was shocked. The scene that appeared in his knowledge, C, was obviously produced by the ancient seal scripts he fused into his knowledge, C, with the dragon burial scripture after unsealing the 10th heaven. Some of the real things that happened in the 10th heaven were reflected in his knowledge, C, at this time, causing him to be shocked. The 9 famous Empyreans, all the cultivators in the 10 directions, heaven thought that these 9 people had fallen. Even if they were invincible in the world, they were limited by the terrifying barrier of the 10th heaven. They couldn't ascend to the 10th heaven and fell lonely under the wheel of time. However, the truth was different. These 9 people had successfully broken through to the 10th heaven early. This, Lin Tian was shocked. The 9 people who were famous in the 10 directions heaven were really terrifying. Specks of light floated around him. In his knowledge, see, the 9 figures disappeared and a new scene appeared. In the boundless 10th heaven, green plants were everywhere. A gentle breeze blew, and a woman appeared silently. She was wearing a white dress, as if she had walked out of a painting, untainted by the mortal world. She was quiet to the extreme, like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Wu-yi! Lin Tian's face changed. This extremely quiet woman How could he not recognize her? She was too familiar. She was the master of this generation of Misty Mountain. Her name was Wu Yi. She didn't like to speak, but she always used her divine sense to send out a very pleasant and quiet voice. Wu Yi had once ascended to the 10th heaven. In his knowledge, see, the scenes intertwined. Wu Yi appeared in the 10th heaven, then flew towards the higher heavens, disappearing from this heaven in a flash. Then, not long after, she descended from the sky and silently disappeared from this part of the sky. She went to the higher heavens of this heaven in the past, then came down a moment later and returned to the 9th heaven below. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and his face was full of shock. That extremely quiet woman had also arrived in this heaven realm a long time ago. Buzz! Wisps of light intertwined from various places in this heaven, becoming thinner and thinner as if they were about to dissipate. In his knowledge sea, a new scene appeared. A middle-aged man in a white robe appeared in this heaven with a woman in a green dress. After a pause, they rushed to the higher heavens. Master! Master's wife! He was moved again. The middle-aged man in a white robe had a slender body and a lazy expression. He was the person he respected the most in his life, an old drunkard. He was naturally very familiar with the woman in the green dress, an old drunkard's beauty, the daughter of the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect, Qing Xian. This he was surprised. Chapter 1331. An old drunkard actually took Qing Xian to the 10th heaven and rushed to the higher heavens. This really surprised Lin Tian. This old guy is always so surprising. Lin Tian muttered to himself. A few years ago he searched the lower 9 heavens, but couldn't find any trace of an old drunkard. It turned out that an old drunkard had already left the lower 9 heavens and entered the 10th heaven. Specks of light floated from all corners of this heaven, getting thinner and thinner before gradually disappearing. The scenes that once happened in this heaven in his sea of knowledge also dissipated. Huff! A light breeze blew through this part of the sky. On the surface of the earth, green plants swayed in the wind like green waves. Lin Tian stood in place a little dazed. The 9 Empyreans of the ancient era, Wu Yi an old drunkard. These people, they all broke through the solid barrier of the 10th heaven and ascended to the 10th heaven. This kind of thing is really shocking. In the past years, more than a dozen people have broken through the barrier of the 10th heaven. The gentle breeze blew in this world. He stood in place, his clothes and the black hair on his forehead swaying in the wind. It wasn't until a few breaths later that he finally calmed down. Then he paused and looked up at the sky. From the scenes that emerged in his sea of knowledge, he saw that whether it was the 9 Empyreans of the ancient era, Wu Yi who returned to the lower heavens, or an old drunkard and Qing Xian, they all rushed to the higher heavens after ascending to this heaven. Is there something special up there? He showed a puzzled look. In the 10th heaven, the sky is blue, and the clouds are everywhere. There is nothing special about it. It seems very normal. However, since the 9 Empyreans of the ancient era, Wu Yi, an old drunkard, and Qing Xian have all ascended to the higher heavens after ascending to this heaven, there must be a reason for it. He paused for a moment, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Golden divine light intertwined out of his body and soared into the sky, rushing towards the higher heavens. His speed was extremely fast as he headed towards the peak of the boundless sky. Soon after, he broke through the clouds and continued to ascend. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time his speed was even faster. He didn't know how far he had rushed out from the surface. The air gradually changed and became much heavier. It actually created a slight hindrance to his flight. Then, as he charged higher and higher, the resistance of the air against him became stronger and stronger. So much so that when he charged further, flames actually appeared around him. It seemed to be caused by the friction between the divine light outside his body and the air. This, he frowned and was a little surprised. However, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to rush up and increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, Another quarter of an hour had passed. Lin Tian felt that he had encountered an even stronger obstacle. There seemed to be a strange barrier in front of him that prevented him from moving forward. However, although this barrier is very strong, it can't stop the current him. With a slight movement of his mind, the golden divine light outside his body suddenly became a little more blazing. In an instant, it broke through the formless layer of air that was like a strange enchantment in front of him. It turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed out, as if it had rushed out of a turbid place. Then the space became a little darker, with a little bit of silver and a strange and majestic power intertwined in the air. Lin Tian stopped and looked around, and his face changed drastically. This is... His whole face turned pale. As far as the eye could see, the space in all directions was vast and boundless, interwoven with unimaginable depth. Numerous, enormous stars adorned the space, as if they had existed since ancient times. Every single star was endlessly far away from each other, and they carried different colors, but they were all incomparably beautiful. Compared to these huge and beautiful stars standing in this space, he was countless times smaller than a speck of dust. Starry sky. His body trembled slightly. After ascending to the 10th heaven, he rushed into the sky like the 9 people from ancient times, Wu Yi, an old drunkard, and Qing Xian, and actually rushed into the starry sky, rushed into the universe. He was stunned. In the past, he had looked at the night sky countless times, looking at the shining stars. He never thought that one day he would be able to rush into the starry sky. This kind of thing was somewhat dreamy and magical. Even if his cultivation base was strong and his state of mind was profound, his heart still trembled at this moment. He looked around, and the stars were everywhere, intertwined with colorful lights. Then he looked down at himself at a close distance. A colorful star was suspended below, hazy and incomparably huge, with a standard circular shape intertwined with very familiar fluctuations. 10 directions heaven. His eyes flickered violently, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The 10 directions heaven, in essence, was actually a huge star in the starry sky. Looking at this colorful and beautiful big star, he was really stunned. It was not until dozens of breaths later that he calmed down a lot. If the other cultivators in the 10 directions heaven knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and seriously sized up the huge ancient star in the 10 directions heaven. Then he paused and stepped into the starry sky, walking further away, wanting to see more of the starry sky. He walked in the starry sky without any obstruction. The air was completely different from the air in the normal world. Ordinary people definitely could not breathe, but it did not affect an existence like him. After all, he had reached the level of celestial venerable. Even if he did not breathe, eat, or sleep, it would not affect him at all. He stepped on the starry sky as if he was walking on air, gradually moving away from the ancient star in the 10 directions heaven. As far as the eye could see, the starry sky was slightly dim, and it was a vast expanse of silver. It was truly boundless and terrifying. Humans were really too small in this place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 figures moving through the starry sky. They were extremely fast, and their auras were very powerful. 3 celestial venerables. He was shocked. He did not expect to see other cultivators so soon after entering the starry sky, and they were all at the celestial venerable level. The 10 directions heaven is obviously a source of life. Are these 3 experts from other sources of life in the starry sky? He muttered to himself. He was not surprised at all that there were other cultivators outside the 10 directions heaven. After all, he already knew that the 10 directions heaven was a vast star in the starry sky. Since there were powerful cultivators in the 10 directions heaven, there must be other such vast stars in the starry sky, and they must be places far stronger than the 10 directions heaven. At this moment, the 3 people in the starry sky in the distance clearly noticed Lin Tian. One of them exclaimed in surprise. The 3 of them looked like middle-aged men, but their eyes were full of vicissitudes. It was obvious that they had lived for at least 10,000 years. They were dressed in purple robes, and black armor respectively. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian, and there was a flash of light in them. Whoosh! 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 The 3 changed their direction and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. All of them had powerful auras. Yes, it's the reincarnation physique. One of them exclaimed. Looking at Lin Tian, the 3 people's eyes were burning as if they had seen some super divine treasure. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the 12 imperial physiques were not only known to the 10 directions heaven, but also to other regions. He felt very uncomfortable looking at the 3 people's eyes. They were looking at him as if he was their prey. He shook his divine soul and origin, and the celestial venerable level aura intertwined. Soon his origin was sealed. Even those who surpassed the celestial venerable level could not see through it. They could only find out by probing his origin with their divine sense. After reaching the celestial venerable level, he had the ability to do such things. He has concealed the origin aura. On the opposite side, the eyes of the middle-aged man in black armor flashed. The other 2 people beside him also stared at Lin Tian. At this time, looking at Lin Tian, the 3 people's eyes burned even more fiercely. Greed could be seen in their eyes. Lin Tian coldly swept a glance at the 3 of them before he walked off in another direction. Swoosh! 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 3 sounds broke through the air. The 3 middle-aged aliens changed positions. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Tian in a triangular formation. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. The middle-aged man in purple sneered. Suppress him. Do it. The other 2 people shouted. Among them, the middle-aged man in black armor spread out his big hand immediately. Endless Tao light intertwined and grabbed at Lin Tian mightily. His cultivation was at the peak of level 7 celestial venerable. Obviously, he wanted to seize the reincarnation origin. For a time, the nearby starry sky trembled. Strands of strange Tao runes intertwined and suppressed Lin Tian. This was a terrifying momentum. It was very shocking. The middle-aged man in black armor directly displayed a kind of magical power at this time. Lin Tian's eyes became even colder. He raised his hand and slapped. He just casually threw out a palm without the slightest trace of divine power, but it was terrifying. It immediately shattered all the Tao light and shattered the middle-aged man's big hand in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. The middle-aged man in black armor suddenly changed color. You, Buzz! The starry sky trembled. Lin Tian's slap fell without slowing down, interrupting the man's words and suppressing all directions. With a puff, the palm landed firmly on the middle-aged man in black armor. In an instant, the man in black armor was smashed into pieces. Only a wisp of his divine soul was left, and it retreated in panic. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He pulled out his right hand and flicked his finger. A golden light flew out and directly penetrated the man's divine soul. With a shrill scream, the man's divine soul was directly annihilated. Suddenly, the expressions of the other 2 middle-aged men in this place changed drastically. You! The 2 of them staggered back. When they looked at Lin Tian again, the greed in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. The powerful middle-aged man in black armor, whose cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the heavenly venerable realm, was killed with a raise of his hand. Lin Tian tilted his head, and his gaze fell on the 2 of them. Now his cultivation was at the 7th level of the heavenly venerable realm, and he had the strongest reincarnation body. He had experienced several heavenly tribulations and was truly invincible under the Emperor realm. He could even kill a 9th-level heavenly venerable with a raise of his hand. What could a mere 7th-level heavenly venerable be in his hands? He could easily kill them. You want my source energy? He looked at the 2 middle-aged men who were still alive and closed in on them. His voice was cold. Chapter 1332. Lin Tian walked towards the 2 middle-aged men. His expression was indifferent. What do you want? The 2 middle-aged men, one in a purple robe and the other in a black robe, were both 7th-stage heavenly venerables. They walked towards Lin Tian and couldn't help but step back. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. They were really frightened by the scene just now. The middle-aged man in black armor, who was at the peak of 7th-stage heavenly venerables, was killed by Lin Tian with a raise of his hand. You want to steal my origin? What do you think I want? Lin Tian's pace didn't change. The 2 middle-aged men couldn't help but tremble. The purple-robed man said, "It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's because this is the first time we've seen a legendary physique. We're a little excited and want to try the power of such a powerful king physique. We definitely don't want to steal your reincarnation origin. You've misunderstood. It's a big misunderstanding." Lin Tian killed the old man in black armor, who was at the peak of 7th-stage heavenly venerables, with a raise of his hand. This kind of combat power frightened them. It was as if they had met an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Now, they didn't dare to admit that they wanted to steal Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance to see it. Lin Tianling naturally didn't believe the purple-robed, middle-aged man's words. He wasn't an idiot. His words were cold as he continued to press towards the 2 men. A majestic force suddenly spread out. Bang! Bang! The purple-robed, middle-aged man and the black-robed, middle-aged man were sent flying at the same time. They both coughed up blood and instantly became extremely embarrassed. The 2 men steadied themselves with ugly expressions. Lin Tian continued to press forward. Golden divine light intertwined around his body. How do you feel? You can slowly see it. There's no rush. His voice was indifferent and his eyes were cold. There was no killing intent, but the purple-robed, middle-aged man and the black-robed, middle-aged man trembled. Obviously, they felt Lin Tian's killing intent. Let's go. The 2 men looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Without any hesitation, their divine power surged as they turned into 2 bolts of lightning and rushed into the distance. Lin Tianling snorted. He left after-images with each step. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the 2 men and kicked. Bang! Bang! The purple-robed, middle-aged man and the black-robed, middle-aged man were sent flying again. Blood gushed out from their mouths, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. They looked even more miserable. The purple-robed, middle-aged man's face was ashen as he said coldly, "Fellow Taoists, don't go too far. We are the elders of the Sky-Severing Divine, sect of the Sky-Severing Star Region. The Sky-Severing Divine sect overlooks the entire Sky-Severing Star Region. If you kill us, I'm afraid there won't be any benefits. Sky-Severing Divine sect, Sky-Severing Divine sect." Lin Tian looked at the 2 of them. Was the vast cosmos measured in space zones? It sounded like the star area was made up of countless ancient stars in a large area, where many life sources existed. He looked at the 2 of them. His expression was still the same as before as he closed in on them. Moreover, at the same time he raised his hand. Golden divine radiance interweaved and then slapped forward. The purple-robed, middle-aged man and the black-robed, middle-aged man's expressions changed. They faced Lin Tian's huge hand that was pressing down on them. My heaven-severing divine sect is unrivaled in the stellar domain. There are eternal realm, undying existences overseeing it. Don't waste your life. The purple-robed, middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he maintained his divine ability. Is this a threat? I hate it when people threaten me. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and the power of the huge hand that pressed down was even stronger. When these people discovered that he was a reincarnated body, they immediately surrounded him and directly attacked to seize his life origin. How could he show mercy, no matter who the other party was? Buzz. Golden divine radiance interweaved as his huge hand pressed down. It immediately annihilated the divine ability of the purple-robed, middle-aged man and the black-robed, middle-aged man and landed firmly on the purple-robed, middle-aged man's body. With a poof, the purple-robed, middle-aged man screamed as his body exploded. Just as his divine soul escaped, it was also crushed by the golden divine radiance. You! The black-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He staggered back in the cosmos. He never thought that the name of the heaven-severing divine sect would be useless. The purple-robed, middle-aged man was also killed by a slap. Such combat strength terrified him. Lin Tian looked at this person indifferently and pressed forward. Golden divine radiance interweaved around his body, and a golden sword radiance condensed. However, in the next moment he suddenly stopped. His eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked behind the black-robed, middle-aged man. In that direction, even further away in the cosmos, a strange aura suddenly appeared and surged towards them. Then, in the blink of an eye, there was a strange rumbling sound, as if a tsunami was shaking. As far as the eye could see, a silver wave suddenly appeared. It was condensed from light like a real ocean wave. This is... He narrowed his eyes and felt a sense of danger. At this time, the black-robed, middle-aged man clearly heard the rumbling sound behind him. When he looked up, he immediately trembled. Astral tide! This person's expression changed drastically. Astral tide? What is that? Lin Tian frowned and asked. The black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes were filled with panic. At this time, he had completely forgotten that Lin Tian was the enemy who wanted to kill him. He said in a trembling voice, "The destructive astral tide produced in the cosmos. Once caught in it, even an Empyrean realm expert will find it difficult to survive. Even if they manage to survive, they may be swept to some unknown star domain and never find their way back." Lin Tianwei was shocked. From the sound of it, wasn't this astral tide equivalent to a spatial storm? However, it was even more terrifying than a spatial storm. Rumble! The cosmos buzzed. Behind the black-robed, middle-aged man, the astral tide was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed an endless distance. Lin Tian's expression changed. He felt an even more terrifying aura, which made him feel the threat of death. The black-robed, middle-aged man trembled and hurriedly fled. The astral tide was coming from behind him. He was shocked and terrified. He could only flee in the direction of Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian couldn't care less about killing this person. As the astral tide surged towards him, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. He hurriedly moved, rushing into the distance with his back facing the astral tide like a golden bolt of lightning. With a rumble, the astral tide rolled, annihilating expanses of the cosmos. It even caused some stars to tremble. Its speed was extremely fast, bringing with it a monstrous sound like a wave. In the blink of an eye, it had swept behind the black-robed, middle-aged man. The distance between the two of them kept shrinking. The black-robed, middle-aged man trembled. He used all the divine power in his body to escape, but the distance between him and the astral tide was still shrinking. "Help! Help me!" He trembled in fear and called out to Lin Tian in front of him for help. He had completely forgotten that Lin Tian was about to kill him just now. Lin Tian heard this person's cry for help, but how could he help? He rushed into the distance at an even faster speed. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from behind him, echoing in all directions. Lin Tian looked back and saw the silver astral tide engulf the black-robed, middle-aged man. In an instant, it crushed his physical body and then annihilated his god soul. That feeling was like a vast ocean wave pressing down on a tiny flame. It made his internal organs tremble involuntarily. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to his head. More importantly, he found that the astral tide was too fast. After crushing the black-robed, middle-aged man, it continued to roll towards him. The distance between them shortened a lot in the blink of an eye. He gritted his teeth and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. The golden divine light all over his body surged as he rushed into the distance even faster. For a moment, with his extremely fast speed, the cosmos around him was somewhat distorted. However, even so, the distance between him and the astral tide was still closing. The astral tide speed was much faster than his maximum speed. Rumble! The cosmos trembled. The silver astral tide swept out like a vast ocean wave, bringing with it an extremely terrifying aura. The distance between Lin Tian, and it only took a moment for it to close in on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's god soul could not help but tremble. As the astral tide closed in on him, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. He attacked, using the Ling Tian Sword Sutra to the limit. He slashed out a towering sword aura, slashing at the astral tide behind him. However, it was useless. The astral tide was like a black hole, swallowing up the golden Ling Tian sword aura right away. Rumble! The astral tide surged and closed in on Lin Tian again. It was so close that the cosmos around him froze. Lin Tian rushed forward quickly, but it was difficult for him to escape. In the next moment, he was sucked into the astral tide. In just an instant, he felt a terrifying force acting on his body. The pressure in the astral tide was terrifying to the extreme. Even as strong as his body was now, large cracks appeared in an instant, and bright red blood flowed out. Moreover, these cracks were spreading. The terrifying pressure poured into his body, causing his internal organs to rupture. He tried his best to rush out, but it was useless. His body seemed to be dragged into the astral tide by a terrifying force. He could not break free at all. The terrifying pressure of the astral tide continued to crush his physical body. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and directly took out the reincarnation diagram and the nameless Great Path, condensing them into a reincarnation diagram of the Great Path to protect his body. As soon as the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path appeared, he immediately felt much more relaxed. Even so, he still could not break free. Moreover, the terrifying pressure contained in the astral tide was still destroying his physical body bit by bit. However, because of the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path, the degree of destruction was far less than at the beginning. Rumble! The astral tide was surging, shaking the nearby starry sky until it rumbled. It wrapped around Lin Tian and rushed into an unknown region of stars. Lin Tian used the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path to protect his body, but the cracks on his body were still spreading. It was difficult to stop them, and blood continued to flow out. He activated the nirvana of the sun again, using the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path to protect his body while healing his injuries. However, the results were still not ideal. Because of the terrifying pressure of the astral tide, his condition was still deteriorating. It was just that the speed of deterioration was slower. The astral tide swept through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. The surrounding scene was blurry, and in the blink of an eye, it was boundless. Lin Tian was swept up in the astral tide. He used the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path and the nirvana of the sun to protect his body, trying his best to hold on. Just like that, after an unknown period of time, when he was about to collapse, the astral tide that wrapped around him began to weaken. Then it gradually dissipated. In an instant, the terrifying pressure on his body also dissipated. Immediately, his body relaxed, as if an ancient demonic mountain on his shoulder had been moved away. He gasped for breath. The blood-red flames outside his body flickered. He used the nirvana of the sun to quickly repair his physical body. At the same time, he looked around. This place. Chapter 1333. The vast starry sky was a little dim. strands of silver light intertwined in it, some sacred, some beautiful. Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings. The great stars were brightly colored, shining with a myriad of colors. Every single one of them was separated by an endless distance. Where have they been swept to? He frowned. Looking around, he was no longer in the starry sky where he had rushed out of the 10 directions, celestial domain. It was a completely unfamiliar place. He used the sun's nirvana art to heal his injured body. After a pause, he walked in a direction and looked further. After that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After an hour, he had walked a long distance, looking for the big star in the 10 directions, celestial domain, but he couldn't find it at all. He couldn't even feel the familiar aura. He frowned deeper, and then he was stunned. Now he couldn't find the big star in the 10 directions, celestial domain. He couldn't go back, and he didn't even know how to find it. This was because he didn't know where the big star in the 10 directions, celestial domain was. And he didn't know the specific location of the big star in the 10 directions, celestial domain. In this situation, to take out the big star in the boundless starry sky was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't do it. This made him a little speechless and depressed. He had just rushed out of the 10 directions, celestial domain into the starry sky, and he encountered such a thing. "I'll try my best to find it first," he said to himself, helplessly, being swept to an unknown place in the starry sky by the starry sky tide and completely losing the location of the ancient star in the 10 directions, celestial domain. Although this made him very depressed, it wasn't a big deal. At least he survived the starry sky tide. Now that he couldn't find the way back, it wasn't a hopeless thing. Now that he couldn't find it, it didn't mean that he couldn't find it in the future. As long as he became stronger and reached the eternal realm, it wouldn't be difficult to find the 10 directions, celestial domain in the starry sky. But even so, he couldn't give up now. He continued to walk in the starry sky, looking around to find the big star in the 10 directions, celestial domain. At the same time, he used the sun's nirvana art to heal his injuries. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, he circulated the sun nirvana technique and completely healed the injuries caused by the starry sky tide. However, they still couldn't find the location of the 10 directions sky territory. They didn't even have the slightest clue. Now, are we going to find an ancient star of life nearby to cultivate? He muttered to himself. In these 3 days, he had walked through many places in the starry sky and seen many ancient stars, but he had never found the 10 directions, heavenly domain. Because of this, he had sensed many things, and that was at this time he was swept away by the starry sky tide and was very far away from the 10 directions, heavenly domain. This kind of distance was probably very scary, so scary that he couldn't go back even if he tried his best. Under such circumstances, it seemed that the only path left for him was to become stronger, then use his absolute power to find the specific location of the 10 heavens domain, and then return to the 10 heavens domain. This made him feel rather helpless, but he really had no other choice. Buzz! Suddenly, in his sea of consciousness, the 7-colored divine sword trembled slightly. Strands of 7-colored divine light spread out like water ripples, interweaving in his sea of consciousness towards the southeast of the starry sky with him as the center. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved again at this time. "Southeast there, what's there?" He looked at the southeast of this place. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was vibrating, intertwining with strands of divine light. He didn't hesitate and went directly to the southeast. At this time, he didn't see any cultivators nearby, and he was going to the southeast at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, he was very fast, and he didn't know how far he had traveled, but he stopped on this day. When he arrived here, the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated even more violently, pointing directly at a star in front of him. Looking at it, the star was blue in color, and it wasn't huge, many times smaller than the star in the 10 directions heavenly domain, but overall it was very beautiful, as if it was carved out of jade. This is... Lin Tian's expression changed immediately, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker, and he unconsciously moved closer to it. This was the first time he looked at this blue star like this, but he was very familiar with it, very familiar. Earth. He was a little stunned. This blue star was his first homeland. He grew up in an orphanage on this star, and then accidentally entered the ancient star in the 10 directions, heavenly domain, and cultivated there until now. He didn't expect that after rushing out of the 10 directions, heavenly domain, and being swept away by the starry sky waves, he would unknowingly come to this place, outside of Earth. Looking at this blue star in front of him, he was completely stunned. At the same time, in the elliptical orbit outside of Earth, dozens of satellites flashed with a metallic luster and circled around Earth in beautiful arcs, capturing the image of him standing outside of Earth, turning it into special data, and transmitted it to various famous space agencies on Earth, and appearing on the huge space screens inside each space agency. For a moment, the group of space elites in these famous space agencies were all stunned. These space elites were like clay sculptures at this moment, as if they had lost their memories. Some of the documents in their hands fell to the ground. Some slowly opened their eyes, and some of the coffee in their mouths flowed down their chins. Then, in the next moment, all the space elites in these famous space agencies turned pale and couldn't help but tremble. Oh, God! God! What is that? Outside of Earth, there's actually a person standing there. Illusion. Illusion. This must be an illusion. That's right, it's definitely an illusion. The image sent back by the satellites outside of Earth was a little blurry, and they couldn't see Lin Tian's face, but it was obvious that he was a human from the proportions and silhouette of his body, which shocked all the space agencies on Earth. In the starry sky outside of Earth, there was actually a human standing there. Just like that, it stood straight outside the Earth, overlooking the Earth. In the starry sky outside of Earth, Lin Tian was in a daze, staring blankly at the aqua blue star in front of him, as if he didn't know that he had caused great shock in several famous space agencies on Earth just by standing there. At this moment, he was a little dazed. Decades ago, he accidentally entered the 10 directions, heavenly domain from this aqua blue star. Now, decades later, he broke through the 10 directions, heavenly domain for the first time, and entered the starry sky for the first time. Then he returned to this place, to his former homeland. This is fate, he muttered to himself in a daze. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword was vibrating very violently. Strands of 7-colored light intertwined in his sea of consciousness like water ripples, pointing directly at the aqua blue star in front of him. Strands of 7-colored light even overflowed onto the surface of his body. Lin Tian couldn't help but come back to his senses, feeling the divine sword's vibration in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the aqua blue star in front of him again, and his emotions gradually recovered, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. There's something very special in here. He looked at the interior of Earth. At this moment, the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness was pointing directly at Earth, and its vibration frequency was very violent, which made his expression change. He knew this all too well. This aqua blue star didn't look very big, but there was definitely something extraordinary inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to make the divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrate so violently. He tilted his head and looked at the distant starry sky. Strands of light intertwined in his eyes, and it wasn't until a while later that he turned his head back and looked at the familiar aqua blue star in front of him again. Now, he couldn't find the location of that big star in the 10 directions heavenly domain, and he needed to become stronger to find the way back. At this moment, he accidentally came outside of Earth, and the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness was vibrating again, pointing directly at this aqua blue star, which was his first homeland. Then, no matter how he looked at it, he had to enter Earth now. Even if he didn't talk about becoming stronger and finding the strange object that made the 7-colored divine sword vibrate violently, just because he grew up here and lived here for 20 years, he had to enter. There were some places he wanted to go back and have a look. Looking at the aqua blue star in front of him, his eyes flickered slightly. He took a deep breath and stepped into Earth. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into the atmosphere that enveloped Earth. The golden divine light outside his body rubbed against the atmosphere, and suddenly a glaring flame appeared. When I rushed out of the big star with life in the 10 directions heavenly domain, something like this happened too. The special air with strong resistance turned out to be something like an atmosphere. He thought of the scene when he rushed out of the 10 directions heavenly domain, and there was a faint golden light in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Is this a special natural boundary formed by the origin of the stars?" Now he was a powerful cultivator at the heavenly venerable realm, and he could directly see the essence of many things in the world. It was far from what science and technology could compare to. He passed through Earth's atmosphere and moved toward the interior of Earth. The flame outside his body became more and more intense. Such a scene naturally shocked all the space agencies inside Earth. Many space elites' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This. He rushed into Earth. God, is this a god? In a few famous space agencies, everyone was so shocked that their faces turned pale. Lin Tian passed through Earth's atmosphere. Dazzling and intense flames intertwined outside his body. He fell freely at an extremely fast speed. Not long after that, he passed through Earth's atmosphere. The flames outside his body disappeared, and there was a white airflow passing by him. He could see floating clouds. He steadied himself and looked down from the sky. There were many mountains and rivers, but there were even more tall buildings. I'm back. Chapter 1334. After decades, returning to his first homeland, Lin Tian was filled with emotions. After entering the 10 directions heavenly domain, he had walked forward step by step on the path of cultivation. He had thought of many things, but he had never thought that one day he would be able to return to this place again. It felt like a dream. He looked down from the sky. The cities fell into his eyes. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, and he could see vehicles galloping. He moved his gaze away from some of the big cities and looked at other places. The spiritual qi is thin, almost zero. The great Tao is weak, difficult to sense. He muttered to himself. The rainbow divine soared in his sea of consciousness had stopped vibrating. The rainbow divine light absorbed it, but this had no effect, because the initial vibration of the divine sword had already let him know that there was something special in this world. He would slowly search for it later. At this time, he tried to sense the spiritual qi and great Tao in this world and found that it was really scarce. This was a completely unsuitable world for cultivation. It was very difficult to cultivate in such a world, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He frowned. After a while, he shook his head and decided not to think about this for the time being. Let's go to that place first, he whispered. He grew up in an orphanage in this world and wanted to go there to have a look. Looking down, he left the sky and began to descend. However, in the next moment, his body shook violently, and he stopped abruptly as he gazed into the boundless sky. What was that just now? 2 beams of bright divine light shot out from his eyes. In this world, he clearly sensed that the spiritual qi was very thin, and the great Tao was very weak. However, just now he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation. It seemed to be a kind of force that made him, a celestial venerable, feel his heart palpitate. That kind of force was somewhat vague, but it was very terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. He stopped and spread out a powerful celestial, venerable, level divine sense to explore. However, in an instant, he lost that feeling of palpitating heart and could not feel that terrifying force. This made him frown again, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. This aqua blue star with thin spiritual qi and weak great Tao was far from being as simple as it seemed on the surface. He stood there and continued to explore with his powerful divine sense, but he could no longer feel the kind of force from before. Forget it. He stood in the sky for a long time before finally leaving, descending towards the surface of this world. His speed was extremely fast. In just the blink of an eye, he landed on a great mountain in this world. Compared to the majestic, immortal mountains in 10 directions, celestial domain, this mountain was indeed a little small. The vegetation here was also very ordinary. Simple cypress trees, simple grass, and simple wildflowers. Everything seemed very ordinary. However, this actually made him feel very comfortable. He walked on this mountain, leaving behind afterimages with each step. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch as he walked further away. Not long after, he arrived at a small mountain outside of a bustling city. As far as the eye could see, there were tall buildings connected to each other in the city. Cars were speeding along, and people were coming and going. It was very lively. "Bailey, I'm back," he muttered to himself. The big city in front of them was called Bailey. It was a bustling city and was very famous in this world. Once born in this world, he grew up in this city. Now it was spring in this world, and everything was recovering. He looked at the city from afar. His gaze fell on the people coming and going in the city. Their clothes were completely different from his. "It's time to change my clothes," he muttered to himself. He cultivated in 10 directions, celestial domain, and walked in the cultivation world. Naturally, his clothes were very different from the ordinary people in this world. Now that he was back, it was impossible for him to wear the ancient clothes of the cultivation world. That would make him look a little different. Divine light surged outside his body. The ancient clothes on his body instantly changed into the popular spring clothes in this world. This was naturally not difficult for him, who was now a celestial master. At the same time, after cultivating in 10 directions, celestial domain for dozens of years, his hair was different from the ordinary men in this world. It was very long. On this small mountain, his long hair was shaved off and turned into short hair. "It's done," he muttered. At this time, his entire appearance had changed. On the surface, he looked no different from a young man in his 20s in this world. He paused on the spot before walking out of the mountain. Not long after, he entered Bailey City and walked in a fixed direction. Soon, he came to a place in the southern area of Bailey City. As far as the eye could see, there was a large residential area in front of him. There were tall buildings and villas in between. This place, when he came here, he frowned. In the past, there was an orphanage here. He grew up in this orphanage. But now, the orphanage in his memory was gone. The nearby appearance was also completely different from before. It was replaced by tall buildings. "Time," he muttered to himself. It had been about 50 years since he left this world. 50 years was enough to change a lot of things. The orphanage was transformed by an old man from his own courtyard. He took in and raised the infants and children who were abandoned or lost by their parents without compensation. He was one of them. Now, so many years had passed. The old man in the past should have passed away. It was normal that the orphanage no longer existed. He stood there and looked in front of him in a daze. When he returned to this world, before coming to this place, he had guessed that the kind old man had passed away. After all, it had been about 50 years since he left this world. The old man was already 80 years old at that time. After 50 years, it was difficult for an ordinary person to live in this world. It was really difficult for an ordinary person to live for so long. However, what he did not expect was that the courtyard of the old man that was converted into an orphanage no longer existed. He wanted to return to this place to see the place where he used to live. More importantly, he wanted to pay his respects to the old man. If the courtyard was still there, he should be able to find the old man's descendants and use them to find the old man's tombstone. But now everything had changed. This made him feel regretful and even a little disappointed. "Hey, old man, have you heard? Building 31 is haunted. It's very scary. Of course I've heard about such a big thing. It's quite fierce. It's said that it's a female ghost. Some people say that it's a woman who was burned to death in a courtyard here 3 years ago. The whole building is filled with chilly winds. Not far away, there was a long wooden bench, about 10 feet long. 2 old men in their 60s were sitting on it. They pointed at the community in front of them and discussed. Lin Tian stood outside the community in front of him. When he heard the conversation between the 2 old men, he was immediately moved. The words courtyard house were too sensitive for him at the moment. On the long wooden bench, the 2 old men were about 75 years old. They looked at the community in front of them and discussed. Some young people passed by and could not help but laugh when they heard the content of the 2 old men's discussion. 2 old men, what era is this? Are you 2 still superstitious? There's no such thing as ghosts and spirits. A young man laughed and walked away in the blink of an eye. The other young people who passed by also shook their heads and walked away with smiles on their faces. None of these young people believed in ghosts and spirits. Outside the community, Lin Tian turned around and walked straight to the 2 old men. 2 old men, can you tell me in detail what you just mentioned? He asked. The courtyard. There was only one courtyard in this place, and it was only the old man's courtyard. At this time, when he heard the words courtyard, the woman burned to death in the courtyard, and female ghost, he was naturally very interested. Young man, are you interested? The 2 old men looked at Lin Tian. Yes. Lin Tian nodded seriously. Seeing that Lin Tian was interested, the 2 old men were also happy to tell the story. Back then, this place was not as prosperous as it is now. At that time, there was a courtyard here, and it was the most eye-catching building in this area. Later, about 3 years ago, the Lin Zone Group wanted to buy this area for development, but the compensation was very little. The people nearby were not willing to do so, and then there were often gangsters who came to make trouble. Many people gradually became afraid and had no choice but to submit. However, the owner of the courtyard was very resistant. Although gangsters often came to make trouble and even threatened him, he was not willing to compromise and still refused to sell the courtyard. One of the old men spoke and continued, after all, that was someone else's ancestral home. It had been there for a long time. How could the owner be willing to sell it? Moreover, the compensation was very little. It was said that it was not even 1/10 of the total value of the courtyard. After that, the matter was at a stalemate for about a month. Suddenly, the courtyard was set on fire. The natural gas inside exploded, and the courtyard was destroyed. The owner's family of 3 all died. What do you mean by the natural gas exploded? At that time, someone saw a few gangsters sneaking in before the courtyard was destroyed. It was obviously related to the Lin Zone Group. The other old man said, "That's what happened. Everyone can guess." The old man who spoke first sighed and looked at Lin Tian. He continued, "After that, the development of this area naturally started smoothly. After 3 years, this area was built into a luxurious area. The surrounding area also changed a lot and became more prosperous." The old man pointed at a large building that was more than 100 meters tall in the area. A few days ago, a large room in that building started to be haunted. It was a female ghost. It was very scary. The old man continued, "Do you see that building? That's where the Sihiyuan used to be." Also, the owner of the big house and some of the other neighbors described the appearance of the female ghost. She really looked like one of the family of 3 who died in the Sihiyuan 3 years ago. She seemed to be the daughter of the family who died in the Sihiyuan. Lin Tian looked at the 100-meter-tall building in the area that the old man was pointing at. That was indeed the location of the courtyard that was converted into an orphanage. Even after so many years, he still remembered it clearly. "Uncle, may I ask if there was an old man named Chan Chiyuan among the ancestors of the family of 3 who died in the courtyard 3 years ago? Did he once take in many orphans in the courtyard?" he asked. When he said that, the 2 old men were a little surprised. That was indeed the case. "Young man, how did you know about this? That was 50 years ago. You look like you're in your 20s. How did you know so much about this?" You even know the name of the Chin family's ancestor. Did you hear it from the neighborhood? The two old men were a little curious. Chapter 1335. The two old men looked at Lin Tian from head to toe with a surprised expression. Lin Tian, a young man who looked to be in his 20s, knew so much about the Chen family's ancestor, Qin Chi Yuan, who had adopted many orphans in the courtyard house 50 years ago. This made them curious, and their expressions were a little strange. However, even though the two old men found it a little strange, they quickly dismissed it when they recalled that there were rumors about this in the vicinity. They felt that Lin Tian must have heard about this matter from the vicinity, just as they had guessed. Qin Chi Yuan from the Qin family. I heard that he used his family's savings to convert the courtyard house into an orphanage. He took in and raised many orphans. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was a great philanthropist. His descendants are all honest and dutiful. 3 years ago, the parents and daughter of the Qin family were all teachers. They were righteous people, but they were met with such an unexpected disaster. It's really a sin. One of the old men sighed. The other old man was more hot-tempered. He slammed the bench and cursed. What unexpected disaster! I've already said before that this incident definitely has something to do with the Lin sect group. Those black-hearted developers are worse than pigs and dogs. They'll die a horrible death sooner or later. Lin Tian looked at the haunted building in the neighborhood in front of him. He clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles cracked. The descendant of the old man who took him in and raised him was treated like this and died tragically in his own home. He looked at the neighborhood with a murderous look in his eyes. Thank you so much, old men. He thanked the two old men and bade them farewell. He turned and walked toward the building in the neighborhood. Soon he arrived in front of the building. He wanted to see for himself if there was really a female ghost in the building. He wanted to see if she was really the descendant of the old man. The building was more than 100 meters tall and had 39 floors. It stood on top of the courtyard house that had been converted into an orphanage. Lin Tian arrived and stepped into the building. The first thing he noticed was that the air inside the building was much colder than outside. It was an unusual kind of coldness that carried a hint of yin qi. He scanned the building with his divine telekinesis. He did not take the elevator in the building. Instead, he went up the concrete stairs in the building. The sound of footsteps echoed between the stairs. In the blink of an eye, he was on the 4th floor of the building. Ghost! Ghost! There's really a ghost. Taoist priest, you have to suppress it. As soon as he reached this level, he immediately heard cries of alarm. Then, in just a moment, a person dressed as a Taoist rushed past him with a face full of fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Master Taoist, come back! The ghost is coming out. Run. In front of him, there were other sounds of fear. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change at all as he walked in the direction of the sounds. In front of them, dozens of people surrounded the corridor of the 4th floor. They were trembling as they looked at a large room more than 10 meters away. There, the door of the room was open. Many people were trembling as they looked at it. Their eyes were filled with horror. When Lin Tian arrived, he pushed through the crowd without paying attention to anyone and walked towards the large room in front of him. Over there, the yin energy was very thick. He could already sense the existence of yin spirits. Don't go there, young man. There, in that house, there were evil ghosts. I just saw it. Yes. Come back quickly. That ghost is very scary. Just now. Even a Taoist priest couldn't do anything about it. Young man, come back quickly. Don't go there. Many people in the corridor were trembling. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian walking in, they all changed their expressions and hurriedly spoke. Among them was the owner of the large room. It was a middle-aged couple. The couple bought the house and renovated it. As soon as they moved in, they saw a female ghost in the house for several days in a row. In fear, they spent a lot of money to hire a Taoist priest to exorcise the ghost. Unexpectedly, it was useless. The Taoist priest that they spent a lot of money to hire was scared out of his wits when he saw the evil ghost in the house. In the blink of an eye, he ran away in fear. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian walking in that direction, as if he was going to enter the house, the couple hurriedly stopped him. Lin Tian didn't care about the voices of dozens of people in the corridor, nor did he care about the middle-aged couple's obstruction. He walked in a straight line, and in the blink of an eye, stepped into the large room that was haunted. At the same time, behind him, the door of the large room was activated by his divine power. It closed directly, cutting off the vision of everyone outside the door. It was even branded with a restriction array pattern that prevented ordinary people from entering. Even if they had the key to the door, they couldn't open the door because they couldn't break the restriction array pattern that he set on the door. The door, closed by itself. It's that female ghost. It must be that evil ghost. That young man, it's over. He, that young man, why did he have to jump in there? If he wanted to see if there was really a ghost, couldn't he just look from outside? This time, outside the door, dozens of people didn't see Lin Tian closing the door, but the door closed by itself. For a moment, they all thought of the evil ghost in the house and were even more frightened, especially the middle-aged couple. They were even more frightened and flustered. This was their house. If someone died in there, they would be responsible. Inside the house, Lin Tian closed the metal door of the house with his divine power. He activated the restriction array pattern and looked around the house. The house was well decorated. All the curtains were drawn, and it was a little dark inside. There were candles, rice grains, peachwood swords, and yellow papers scattered on the floor. Obviously, they belonged to the person dressed as a Taoist who fled with fear. Woo! In the dark house, a chilly wind suddenly blew, and the screams of vengeful spirits were heard. It was ear-piercing and mournful. A person stood in the corner. It was a woman, or rather, it was a woman's soul, Yin spirit. Her body was covered in blood, and half of her body was charred black. Pitch black Yin Qi surrounded her body, and her fingers were as long as chopsticks. Looking at Lin Tian, she let out a sharp scream. Her whole body was filled with resentment, and with a whoosh, she pounced on him. However, in the next moment, when she was half a meter away from Lin Tian, her soul was directly imprisoned. She screamed and struggled, but it was useless. An invisible force fell on her body, and she could not break free. Lin Tian looked at the soul in front of him. Her body was charred black, and half of her face was rotten. Her eyes were red and full of murderous intent. Even so, he felt an aura from this soul that was of the same origin as that of the old man from back then. She was indeed a direct descendant of the old man who took him in and raised him back then. The female soul screamed and struggled. Her resentment was strong. She had clearly lost herself, and she stared at Lin Tian crazily. Now, she was just a Yin spirit with a murderous aura. Lin Tian looked at this scene and felt very uncomfortable. The direct descendant of the old man who took him in and raised him back then actually ended up in such a miserable state. He raised his hand, and golden divine light surged. The yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon appeared and enveloped the soul of the woman in front of him. In an instant, the woman's soul trembled violently, and she let out a shrill scream. However, the murderous aura outside her body disappeared quickly, and a spirituality emerged. She was self-recovering. Then, dozens of breaths passed in a flash. After dozens of breaths, the murderous aura and Yin Qi outside the woman's body completely disappeared. The charred black on her soul disappeared, and the rotten half of her face and black fingernails that were as long as chopsticks also returned to their original state. A faint and peaceful soul light lingered outside her soul. At this moment, other than her physical body, she looked no different from a young girl about 21 or 22 years old. Her face was not very beautiful, but it was very delicate. It was also at this time that Lin Tian dispersed the force that imprisoned the woman's soul, allowing her to move. The woman looked around. She seemed to have lost her memory, but also seemed to have just woken up. After a while, she remembered something. Dad, Mom. She cried out immediately. Her face was filled with panic and a trace of fear. Her whole person was in a mess. She quickly looked around, and then she was stunned. Apparently, she remembered something, and her soul could not help but tremble. Lin Tian looked at the woman in front of him silently. After the woman died, her soul was preserved. Due to some factors, the murderous aura outside her soul had turned into a yin spirit. He used the Sun Heart Sutra to annihilate the murderous aura outside her soul. At the same time, he used the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon to protect her soul, so that the woman's soul was perfectly preserved when the murderous aura was annihilated. The woman's soul trembled, and it took a long time for her to recover. You. Who are you? She looked at Lin Tian and asked in a trembling voice. She vaguely remembered some of the things that happened just now. She knew that Lin Tian in front of her was not an ordinary person. Lin Tian, an orphan that your great-grandfather took in and raised. Lin Tian Ondao. The woman immediately trembled again. You. She trembled. Great-grandfather passed away more than 30 years ago. How can an orphan that my great-grandfather took in and raised be so young? You look about my age. She knew that she was no longer a living person in her current state. She also guessed that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. After all, she had some impressions just now. Lin Tian easily subdued her who had turned into a yin spirit and restored herself. But now, when she heard Lin Tian say that she was an orphan that her great-grandfather took in and raised in the past, she was still very surprised. About your age? Lin Tian looked at the woman and said, Your guess may not be so accurate. According to his real age, he should be about 70 or 80 years old now. However, because of his cultivation and his cultivation level, his appearance had never changed. You, the woman trembled. Looking at Lin Tian, she felt a little scared. The aura on Lin Tian's body made her instinctively afraid. Lin Tian naturally saw that the woman in front of him was a little afraid of him. He raised his hand and sent strands of his divine soul into the woman's soul. Immediately, the woman's soul grew a lot stronger, and the woman's emotions stabilized. Don't be afraid of me. I won't hurt you. He looked at the woman with a cold look in his eyes. 3 years ago, your family lived in the courtyard. You should have some recollection of what happened. Tell me,